And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the tech delays and apologies for the stream going down. We should be ready to go, however, with our first match between Masonic and BitFix. We talked in great depth about how Masonic are the heavy favourites in this matchup. I guess now is a good time to sort of talk about that map veto overall here, Vendetta, because we've seen a little bit. We talked a little bit about the potential in the map pools. We talked a bit about overpass. Now that could be played into this one. Had a little bit of a flirting with Ancient here.
Yeah.
Good ideas, bad ideas. Like, what else can we really pull from what we could see?
Again, it comes down. I think Masonic, again, they have a lot of cards to play off of, really, and they can kind of go any which direction they choose. If you just go off of pure statistics, if Overpass is not available to them, or if that's something that they might want to leave Bitfix to pick, then Vertigo would be a good choice, second best map, just win percentage-wise for them. And again, they have been tested against pretty decent teams on it as well, so that's definitely an option to go. And obviously, you could go down the list pretty much from there on.
Yeah.
Again, you could opt for Inferno. Again, kind of a stable map in the sense that everybody knows how to play it. So if you feel like you're on average the better team, maybe that feels like a bit of a safer pick. If you don't feel too confident in what has normally been your go-to. So it remains to be seen, obviously. But I do think they have the luxury of kind of picking whatever they feel like or what they feel the best about on the day, and that will still be a decent pick for them going into this as a bit of a favorite.
Yeah, indeed. Again, no matter what the maps are, Masonic are always going to have the firepower advantage in this one. So hopefully we get to see those vetoes and see what those maps will end up looking like here for this best of 3 series. Or not, we could just jump straight into the matchup, it seems like, and it will be Vertigo as the opening... Vertigo? As Ancient, rather. Wow. Vertigo is picked in as the second map for Masonic. Bitfix going towards this one. So quick predictions, Vendetta, how do you see the series playing out?
I think this is going to be a Masonic win on Ancient, but again, things can happen if Bitfix get off to a hot start. So we're already seeing them have a bit of a set execute here for the B-bomb side and their pistol. They might actually catch Masonic off guard, seeing how there's only one player towards the B-bomb side as of right now.
And what he's setting up smokes towards, I believe, the 2 main entries from the CT side, one at short and one at long. Molotov in over towards Cave and a flashbang to enable them to get into the site. Bitfix, simple execution. And the taps forward of the USPs will do some damage, but the priority here is the bomb plant. So Bitfix will secure that, back off immediately into Cave.
Oh, I actually like the bomb plant they get down here as well. It's so in the open that they can play for multiple angles here in the after plant.
Gazi desperate to get a kill in, indeed draws first blood against Black. Gensi with a decent trade back as Woody does get involved with a decent trade. Queenix, however, responds so quickly, 3 versus 3, and quickly reacts towards Tupperware as everybody else ends up falling the likes of Bitfix's side. So Masonic will concede the bomb plant, but they do get the pistol round.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's pretty much all that matters. And it did look promising for Bitfix there, honestly, getting a 2-for-1 trade. Overall, puts you in a pretty good position, but there were some really, really good shots coming out of Queenix there as he entered in towards the entrance of Ruins, and that pretty much sealed the deal. I think if he goes down 1-for-1, Bitfix players still have time to play around with. They can still play around corners, jiggle peek, and that kind of stuff, and make things awkward for Masonic. But the Danes prevail, at least for the time being. So they do get that optimal start, you can say. And for Bitfix, now it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle, but they have opted to force buy into this round.
Yeah, they got the bomb plant, they can get Galils out, and they're still 1 up against Kragan and Black, who have the SMG and the Famas in play. They've still got 3 M4s out for Masonic, but Bitfix still have a strong buy in this one. Not a strong start. Nades immediately doing damage to 2 players. Black took some damage over on the Masonic side, and that is a caveat point here for Masonic as well. It's actually Black standing in for them today. Notan also tagged down as Queenix does get involved with 2 kills, so the kills still going the way of the CT side. Bitfix decent starts in these rounds, but not able to follow up the executions themselves. Queenix with a triple at the end. Gazzy does get that trade, but Gensi still held back behind the boxes, leaving Woody standing alone and standing to fall.
That's a pretty clean up from Masonic's end there. Great job from Queenix once again. So off to a very, very solid start on his end. Bitfix not exactly getting into the thick of things on their force, but get a little bit kind of jumbled up behind Big Box on the A-bomb side, and it is one of those sides. Again, I'm not sure how you feel about Ancient. I'm not the biggest of fans, particularly because of the bomb site design. The A site is the kind of site that is decently okay to kind of take as a T side, but it's an absolute nightmare to try to hold in an after plant position because there's just nowhere to go. Yeah, so like one big box and that's about it.
Yeah, there's very open sites overall. CT side having to rely on aggression quite a lot during the early meta. You can still see a little bit of that here with Kragan. Pushed up all the way to Cheetah at the B lane. Little Sin sprays through, smoke down to suppress them. The SMG should be able to clean up these pistols pretty easy, so yeah. easy frags. Gensi also involved with 2 of his own. Ghazi does get those 2 trades, so a little bit of damage taken by the CT side. Kind of want to drop in to get that M4 back in their hands.
Yeah, definitely so. Ghazi would have had an opportunity to head over towards the bomb set there, but probably expect someone to be around either donut or mid room. Not going to be the case on this occasion, but I guess the time spent has caused a bit of a rotation from the side of Masonic as well. So you can see No 10 over towards the bomb site. He's not going to find anything soon. Ghazi might have timing on his end.
Ooh.
Another pickup here. Black falls. This could be a bomb plant as well.
Bonus cash. Sneaks it in. 7 HP, however, to get the clutch. It still seems unlikely. Going to give it the old college try. And Otan and Queenix will make their way in towards that bomb's position. Try give chase pretty loud about it.
Did Queenix spot him, or did he just miss him around the corner?
I think he might have, seen him now. So there goes the kill. And there goes the round for Bitfix. Decent effort, but it was an eco, so
yeah,
3 casualties and a bomb plant. They can be happy.
There's a lot of money on the C side right now for Bitfix and for Ghazi to be able to pick up 3 kills pretty much out of nothing. He had no one left to really support him in that 1v5 and still managed to get that much out of it. That is that's a big get. Again, economy is everything in Counter-Strike. And Bitfix need to get early on the job of trying to diminish the kind of income that Masonic have. So even if Masonic were to win rounds and potentially string, let's say, 5 rounds in a row, 6 rounds in a row, if you're able to kind of make sure that Masonic only survives with 1 or 2 players, then you're still within an earshot of actually breaking the CT economy as soon as you get around on the board. That has to be the goal, really, for the Norwegian side.
We're getting closer to that. Gensi's brought in the AWP down to $50 on his own part, so
yeah.
Hard reset with no loss bonus. Similar story for Black and Kragan and Queenix for that matter. Notan's a little bit better off. The team won't be able to afford a decent buy as Black becomes the first casualty on the B side execution. Just a dry walk up to the T side, but Gensi and Kragan still get those trades. Ghazi and Woody to fall.
A little bit surprised by the lack of cohesion from Bitfix and their. See Woody getting an excellent contact opening towards the B bomb side. Kind of wish he would have had at least one more teammate with him so he could get the quick trade on the player inside of Ruins. Not to be the case though, but still get the bomb plant down. 3v4, absolutely doable on Ancient. While the A side is definitely hard to hold, not as easy to retake for the CTs here over on A.
Further utility being thrown in. Youngstar gets his kill, turns around against the double, and Trapper will end up falling as well. Zama at least gets a double, turns around the quick scope onto Notan, and Bitfix will be able to secure their first round. A little bit miscoordinated, like you said, but they do get the job done. Exactly,
and at this point, that's kind of all that matters, especially with what you mentioned as well. You prefaced it. Gensi bought up the op as soon as he could, left with $50 in his wallet, and it's obviously going to do its number on the kind of buy they're going to have in the following rounds. You can see Notan has decided to jump on the grenade for his teammate. He's going to be rocking a deagle while he dropped over an op for Gensi here. Now the question is if Bitfix are kind of aware of the possibility of an op here.
Youngstar's going to challenge them in the mid-control. Now AWP is there, so if they are going to catch that info, it would be relatively soon. It's Queenix's M4 that strikes first. Too blind to see anything as Kragan goes in for the backstab. SMG pushing out towards the window position, gets the kill, makes it a 4-on-2 with Youngstar being so low HP as well. Masonic have retaken full control of this.
Oh yeah. Bitfix not ready for the hyper-aggression coming out of Masonic, and Masonic having no fear whatsoever. Just getting out of H.o.t, directly focusing in on mid to get that extra frag. They'll, I guess the op is in definite work right now, or it's in action. No more surprises really on the side of Bitfix, but it's a little bit late to kind of get a good overview of the situation as it stands. Ghazi once again left alone. 1v3 situation. He does have, I guess, avenues in towards both sites here as Masonic are set up right now. Just need that one frag. It's kind of losing the stronghold that Masonic have on the round right now.
Yeah, ideally, he'd walk straight in towards May and just get that free plant on the A site, but he's going to opt to go towards the mid control. I think that jump face might have seen him. Well, maybe not, actually. The 2 players here at the B lane aren't really looking into it. No rotations involved, so Ghazi could still walk up. He is being covered by Notan now, however. I think he might sneak in the bomb plant here.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a win considering how this round started out.
Yeah.
And again, we've seen Ghazi being able to do a decent amount of work, even in tough situations, but actually opts for, I guess you could call it the greedy play, but obviously it's the play you make to attempt to win the round, which is finding that 180 defender before you actually get the bomb plant down.
Yeah.
Doesn't pan out in this situation, and given the economy that you have on Bitfix's side, probably would have wanted it. Again, always beneficial to have a lot of utility to spend within that 800 extra bucks that you would receive from the bomb plant would definitely come in handy here. But they have chosen to buy into it again. They feel like they have MistSonic, I guess, a bit off balance. Let's see if we can actually get anything off of this, though.
Oh, nice nade to start again. Woody down at 50 HP by Kragan. Continues leaning in with the smokes up as well. Counter flashing from Bitfix will catch him blind, but they won't be able to act off of it thanks to the smoke, of course. All four of these players just suppressed ahead of the doorways. Only 2 CTs bearing in upon them. Meanwhile, over on the A site, aggression will start to come through so they can gain mid control fully. Bitfix kind of applying the brakes here.
Yeah, and yeah, seemingly will hurt them as well. Somehow Kragan, yeah, actually managed to find shift through all of Cheetah. We've seen a fair few wall bangs in that area. Timing on Queenix is absolutely perfect as well. Turns back just to find Ghazi. And it's 3v4. Bitfix been on their heels to start off this match so far. Pretty solid setup here from MistSonic's end as well. Decent map control as well. Have 2 players playing in tandem over towards A, or Kragan will at least have the opportunity to potentially dip out on contact.
Awkward lineup there, honestly,
Yeah.
from the T side. Not liking that positioning at all. At least they do get the trade, but Queenix knows exactly where Tapeware is, so there goes the kill. Woody now standing alone on the 1 versus 3. Hasn't taken any damage since that nade at the start of the round to his credit, but he's not really going to get a chance to use his life. Another triple for Queenix's part.
Yeah.
That'll be 5 to the board. And MistSonic Bitfix. I mean, there's a lot of positives going their way, but they're more like silver lining positives than anything through. Like, they're still yet to get that second round on the board.
Exactly. It's they could do a good job of potentially trading early on, but again, it's just continuing to trade efficiently towards the tail end of the round. That's kind of escaping them as of right now. And but the looks of it, not necessarily going to be that getting that much easier immediately, as they have been forced back to pistols. Again, it's going to be interesting to see also how efficient MistSonic are going to be on their CT side with their utility as well. We already saw one example of it in the previous round from Kragan, and how Bitfix are going to be able to deal with it. Again, direct execution over towards the B-bomb site, now A-bomb site.
Mowed down by the SMGs though. Black comes up with a triple. Plenty of money being gained. Of course, not a lot of Kevlar and helmets to work with on the T side line. Second SMG in position here for H.o.t. Gets a kill and doubles up onto Tapeware all the same. Only 1 casualty taken from MistSonic. Not a massive sacrifice to take overall. Bitfix's eco kind of over and done with. They're mostly looking towards the rifles.
Yeah.
Had that similar pistol strap, but just overwhelmed with the firepower of MistSonic.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, I mean, again, in theory, great idea in terms of the execution, but again, it's lacking a little bit. And again, you can see when Black actually turns the corner from the noob corner on the east side, he's not flashed. He doesn't really have anything bothering in the same to actually take those duels. And obviously, if you're already down in terms of weaponry, then you definitely should have your utility working for you. So I guess it's the final 10% in that sense that are kind of lacking right now for Bitfix. We'll see if they can get around to fixing it again. Going back to mid in a weapon round here.
Genty's all placed up in mid to try and counteract it. Youngstar first to fall, refacing with the second flash bang and catches that kill towards Ghazi effectively. Woody falls to Kragan, meanwhile elsewhere, and it's all just falling apart for Bitfix here. Haven't checked the boxes, so Tapeware can get 2 kills, not quite make it a triple, as H.o.t. maintains control with the SMG and also gains the bomb.
Yeah, and that's the big thing right there. So would have been, I guess, a bit of a slight hope for the last remaining Bitfix player if he were to have the bomb on his back as he moves up towards Banana. But you can see he's already been locked in by the MistSonic side. And again, it is a bit of a repeating story in the sense that, yeah, you might get a trade here and there on the side of Bitfix to open up rounds, but then there's a bit of a rush from MistSonic. Like, they're very, very active and aggressive about how they actually want to fight areas that keep catching Bitfix off guard and leaves them in unfavorable positions. But again, it's more credit to MistSonic than anything else. You can tell that they have a very clear idea of what they want to do. They have their protocols in place. But speaking of, I said that Same had been locked in. Not necessarily the case anymore. He's managed to get around the entirety of the map, but he does have the clock working against him.
Now information being given up as Kragan will be the man to fall. The second CT about to adjust towards the A site. H.o.t. so ready for this. We'll hit that bomb plant and just execute him as soon as he knows he's vulnerable. Smart and patient play from the man. And yeah, more casualties taken by MistSonic, but now the economy is in a much better position. So with the 7-1 scoreline, Bitfix Those silver linings starting to come a bit more few and far between now.
Yeah, the picture does become a little bit bleaker, and Masonic again picking up 2 ops. We're gonna be interested to see where they place that secondary op. Seeing Gen C do his part around mid and Donut for the time being, and maybe Queensy is gonna shore up towards A, or maybe they leave him as a solo player towards B. That's also a possibility. And I think this is going to alleviate things. It's obviously going to make finding space a lot harder for Bitfix. As we see, again, utility being well placed on the side of Masonic. Kraken with the first opener. Bitfix, once again, kind of just grinding to a halt here.
Yeah, not really many options, to be honest. They need to try and find some sort of counter-action play, and they're just receiving bullets against the CT side without even getting any vision towards them through the wallbanger position. Tapeware's tagged. Try and lean back in a bit more of a directive angle, but the smoke onto ramp will leave him with no real opportunities here. Bitfix trying to set up smokes once again. They get back in towards that B side. One of them goes down from Woody. Will it fully commit them, though? I think the smoke towards ramp is still up. Yeah, it will start to clear soon. Another one comes in from the CT side, though, and they do isolate Kragen. Black and No-Time just so quick to respond. The SMG of Guzzy does come up good with one decent frag, and a 3 versus 2 situation overall. Bomb committing in towards the K position. If it backs off now, it's going to be a quick rotation.
It is, but I do think it's the right choice here from the side of Bitfix. Didn't have any more utility, no smokes to potentially cut up short or be long there. So kind of understanding that they would be going to potentially certain death. I guess the alternative option doesn't look that much better. Gen Z finds Tapeware. Guzzy's been able to make it through. Is he just going to bank on getting the bomb plant here?
I think it sneaks it in here. Yeah, a little bit of cash going the way a bit big for the 1 versus 3 post plant to try and hold. Guzzy won't be able to do much in that one. Queenix overwhelms, gets that kill together, and it will be 8-1 Masonic winning this CT half at a very dominant start so far here.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Bitfix, they got a bomb plant, and there was a Mach 10 round mostly, so there are positives to take away in the sense that, yeah, they're going to have a buyback now, but now's the point where you need to change the whole narrative for Bitfix. Now you need to
actually get rounds on the board.
Yeah, get rounds on the board, formulate some sort of basis to work from. So what do you think they need to do now to try and make that happen?
Now, again, we've seen that Masonic have been pretty proactive about how they've played their mid setups. Even Kragen actually being able to feel comfortable enough and not feeling pressure from, I guess, the catwalk banana area to basically clamp and pinch mid with his teammates. And from Bitfix, they have to recognize that. They also need to recognize that the rotations have been in time for Masonic whenever they've done their set executes. So again, try to explore more towards A. We haven't seen A Palace or A main, if you want to call it that, necessarily been put under pressure at any given point in the match so far, which does give Masonic a lot of freedom to just move around freely. So we'd like to see that more of that or potential contact plays instead. Got to go back to a set execute once again. We'll see if they set it up to be a bit of more of a fake than anything. So it's a little bit of a delayed actually pop. A decent trait to start us off.
Black to 4, 1 for 1. Losing Tapeware in the interim though, so 4 versus 4 still for Bitfix.
But again, good open plant, and they have decided to push up towards B long as well, which is essential if you want to be able to hold this site in after plant positions as well. So doubling up here, having the potential to get trades back and forth and then stem the tide really when the CTs actually make their moves.
There's a no-scope drop from Queenix, but Guzzy and Youngster turn 2 back on their own. Now they've got the man advantage. But Kragen's on the side, though. He's found a kill back to a trade. Suddenly, it's only 1 play left for Bitfix. They're low HP on the CT side. Smoke's going down. The Orb's going to try cover it, but in towards Shaw. He goes, and Gency still lands it. What a clutch that is for Masonic. What a turnaround on the retake.
It really was for quite a bit of time there. I felt like Bitfix had this in the pocket, and they were about to clinch their second round, but not to be. Kragen just seemingly out of nowhere being able to make that flank. Obviously, the player who usually plays around Cheetah, he's made the way around Banana this time to catch the 2 long players off guard, and that's really what sets everything into motion for Masonic. So great kind of coordinated retake on the side of Masonic, even when they hit a bit of a hurdle midway through. That has to be a bit of a heartbreaker for Bitfix as well.
Certainly. Like, just they had all sorts of control. They had the man advantage, and suddenly they're getting shot in the back. It's like, what's going on?
It all spiraled out of control real fast.
Yeah. At least they got the bomb plant. At least they have a second crack at a buyback. At least they've done some damage to the Masonic economy. I think they still find an investment in the next round, though. Bitfix. I mean, that was the round they need to start building back a basis, and already in this round it's gone awry. Kragan with a double, swinging out towards mid. Youngster can at least trade it, but Queenix so quick to respond here. That's the case for all the Masonic players, it seems.
Yeah, again, they just know what they want and they go for it. And again, you could see Kragan just having no fear about anyone being necessarily posted up at the bottom of Banana Catwalk there to punish him as he actually makes the aggressive move in towards mid. It just happens time and time again. So for Bitfix, either you have to, I guess, set up a similar mid tick as you do initially, but then wait for the response, the immediate reaction that we've seen on Masonic time and time again, and kind of just welcome them with open arms instead of trying to move forward a little bit too quickly because they keep getting caught off by it.
Yeah, no luck for Bitfix on this occasion. Zame's the last player left. Trying to work his way back in towards the A main position. You can see the smoke's gone down for the CT side. He was running there, so I can assume that No-Tan heard it and just smoked him off to stall for time.
Yeah.
Sonic would be able to win off the back of the timer here, so they'll just sit pretty and wait for him.
Already a bit of a brutal setup, and Queenix on top of the, I don't know, signpost, map, whatever it is on that placket.
We call it forward plat.
Forward plat, yeah?
Yeah, because there's a platform at the back as well, so like we call that back plat and forward plat, so...
Fair enough. But yeah,
I like this. Tactical timeout for Bitfix. I think it's been a little bit late, if I'm being honest, but at least it's come in now so they can start to have that conversation. What do we need to do?
Exactly. I feel like they kind of need to summarize what's been going on in the first half so far. Similar to what we've been doing. Again, we've seen that Masonic have had very, very solid protocols in terms of what they want to do whenever they face mid presence, whenever they feel pressure in that area, and that's something that Bitfix hasn't necessarily been able to adapt to. Again, set execute towards the A bomb site hasn't necessarily worked out to well the way they wanted to, obviously, considering this hitting at only a single round. But there's definitely modifications that you can do to this to make life difficult for Masonic. Again, contact place up banana. Again, if you have that top banana smoke down, that's definitely something you can play around. Sit in the smoke fade. Just be a little bit of a rat, really. Can go a long way in a lot of these instances. And also, again, as they're doing now, moving over towards that A-bomb site. The only downside here is that, obviously, they don't have the greatest of weaponry for this said round. So even if it's just a good ID and a correct move, it's still going to be a difficult battle to kind of swing through here.
Yeah, we've been talking about the firepower advantage all game long so far, even during the pre-match for Sonic. Have them beat on that sense, the Deagles. I mean, it's not impossible to land some decent headshots, but the M4s have the automatic firepower and the better aim in general. Queenix lines up a triple. Again, all sorts of players bunched up. Only player to fall on the CT side is him. Snowtown and Jency get the cleanup and lock down the A site again.
I feel like we get a little bit of sense of deja vu here because last time around they went towards A. Queenix ended up with a triple kill as well. So not a whole lot of differences in outcome, really, that the Bitfix are hoping for. But at the very least, now they will have you have weapons in hand. A little bit of a stronger caliber than just the pistols. But again, I do want to credit Masonic for just having more or less flawless counter utility and so on in most of these situations. They did an excellent job of it.
A rare case of Jency getting caught off guard and Gazzy getting a fight on towards Queenix and winning that as well. So a 2-for-1 as Woody did fall in the opening frag. Bitfix finally with an advantage. It's felt like a long time coming.
Yeah. And now they need to make the most out of it. We see an over-rotation from Masonic as well. Pretty, well, confident in the fact that it's going to be something towards A or mid, at the very least. And that's not going to be the case. Kragan gets caught off by Youngster, who's been able to make his way quite deep on the B bomb side. And surely this has to be the round that we see Bitfix convert.
Yeah.
Solid after plant positions, even before the plant goes down. Like, they've situated themselves perfectly.
Those Black falls, it basically secures it from here. No-Tan out towards mid. Might make his way in towards the lane position, try and work out a window and maybe get an exit frag, grab an AK and run for it. The main bonus that the CTs can gain out of this one. Masonic fortunately have a lot of money, so they'll be able to fly back regardless. Has engaged against Tapeware, but Tapeware will win that fight, so all 5 end up falling for Masonic. And it's been about like 6 rounds in a row or so, something like that for Masonic. At least Bitfix have broken it here. The question is now the follow-up into the last couple of rounds of the half.
Yeah, I mean, but the crazy thing about Ancient is that if you can get to 4 rounds, you still feel like they're within a shot of actually being able to bring it back, just due to how solid CT sides can be on Ancient. Not to obviously discredit what Masonic have been doing. They've done it through skill and teamwork so far. But yeah, Bitfix definitely need to pretty up the result a little bit more before we turn into the second half. There's a lot of work to be done. Because, again, the way they won that round isn't necessarily something that you can replicate too easily. Obviously, it's Gen C getting run boosted over towards towards the ledge, gets caught out, and then obviously Bitfix finding the follow-up to that as well.
Oh. It's the second kill that gets you. It's just like a nice adjustment from Krug and Spray. At least Tateware responds towards it, but it's still a 2-for-1. Masonic still have the man advantage, and that has just been a common theme throughout all these rounds so far. And for Bitfix, a team that needed the follow-up round, like, it's not a good start.
Well, one thing that is a bit of a positive here is that Woody has gotten very deep on the A-bombs, on the B-bomb side, which might have gone unheard on the side of Masonic here. A little bit curious to see if he's actually going to be more active, if he's just going to wait it out, if he's basically called it clear on the side of on Bitfix, because that could spell potential disaster.
Yeah, I like this on the part of the Tateware, walking up, trying to get really aggressive and really noisy there in the main position. But now Woody's revealed his angle without even trying to utilize that information play to his own right, trying to force those CTs to make a mistake. Instead, it's forced the rotation and the bomb to get dropped now. 2 players left standing. They're going to avoid Temple like a bad habit. There's 2 kills for Ghazi, at least turning it around. Trying to grab that bomb to the AWP, or the auto sniper position, I should say. Black just firing down range. 20 seconds left. Now he's exposed towards Queenix's angle, trying to find a gap in that smoke. Here's that bomb plant, and wait for the smokes to fade. Gets his kill, and gets another round from Masonic.
Oh, that's rough. And yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Woody basically became sedentary. And in his position so far up, you've gotten that much room. Again, as you said, with Taper making a lot of noise, there's no reaction around it from the side of Masonic. That has to be the kind of the green light for Woody to actually move about and try to find an opening before Taper kind of just has to, well, sacrifice himself for the greater good. And in that sense, we want to have a shot at winning that round. And again, it does kind of seem like they're slightly forgetful of the fact that Queenix has been together with Gen C, the one playing around mid, playing around Donut. So for him to, yeah, not be aware of the fact that there could be more people in Donut is a bit of a slip up.
The auto sniper of Black, turning the lights off on Bitfix, triple for him.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it's not gone well for them. Not only in this round, but in just the general half here. 13-2 for Masonic.
It's been a tough experience.
Yeah, I mean, can we really be all that shocked at the situation though here, Mender? I mean, we talked about the idea that this could end, that Masonic are coming into this one as heavy favourites, and I guess a part of us, the enthusiasts, the bright sparks of us, were hoping that it would be somewhat competitive. It hasn't quite worked out that way though.
It hasn't really, and I guess we kind of saw the signs early on as well when we're talking about the executes towards the site. Again, it would always be like that last 10% missing. It would be at the final flash, that kind of thing. In this very final round of the half as well, you kind of do see the issue with it. The fact that you could have an auto sniper basically posted up, not having a single flash thrown in his direction. He's just completely fine. He doesn't have to worry about anything at all, and that's obviously going to become a problem when you play against players of Masonic's caliber. Simple as that. Yeah. So yeah, it didn't necessarily become a fairy tale first half for Bitfix that we might have hoped for. But again, you got to give credit for Masonic because they've just been solid from start to finish.
Yeah, they really have. Like it's not even been a competition, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Bitfix have struggled in this one. They wish they were 13-2 up at this stage, but that's not the reality of the situation. No. At least they have the CT side, and again, I have seen 13-2 comebacks in the past.
It is true.
I do feel this one's a little bit out of the realm of possibility. I do have faith that maybe Bitfix can still make it look a little bit competitive in that sort of sense and try and do something to try and make this a bit more of a, more of a 16-6, 16-7 rather than a
pretty up the result a little bit.
Which is what it's looking like it might end up being here. The smokes are going down, execution towards B site. There's no CT on there. The bomb will get planted easily.
Yeah, especially these 13-2 comebacks that you've seen, they have started with a pistol win, I'm assuming, yes. Right? And as you see the setup, a 1-4 setup from Bitfix with focus on the A bomb side, it's not necessarily going to do you any favors in this scenario. After plant already well underway, and Masonic have gotten into solid positions.
There goes Zahim, and Gaz is going to fall with Frag under the same. Youngster does get himself inserted into the back lines, turns around a double, almost a triple. Woody able to trade back 1-1 versus 1. Actually, this is doable. Where's the kit? Is there one on him? I don't think there is. Smoke onto the bomb, hearing the footsteps of Kragan wrapping all the way around, thinking he might be sticking it, but now sees what's going on. He knows he can stall for time, sit on the bomb with a knife pulled out, and know that he's won this round. 14th to the board of Masonic.
Yeah, actually, Woody tries to make it a run for it, but yeah, to no avail. Kragan still finds it and willingly goes out with a bomb. No problem there as Masonic secures their 14th. I will say, Youngster does a really, really solid job of actually bringing it back and into a feasible position for no, for Bitfix. But as you said, no kit available. I think the defuse kit that they had bought up ended up, in the battleground over towards the entrance to Cheetah. That's a little bit far of a run to make it back in time there, given the situation. So unfortunate. No other options really here from the CT side to force up and kind of hope for the best here. Quick move from Masonic. An equal trade as they move on to the bomb site. But that's pretty much all there was of a defense from Bitfix for the time being. Again, deep positions from the Danes as well.
Deep utility in order to just suppress the Bitfix side, and the lack of anything to work with here. No utility in the pouches. They've got SMGs, a Eagle, a Scout. No entryway into the site. Oh, taps from Kragen catching Youngster as if the situation couldn't get any worse. Tapeware next to move in, next to try challenge, and does win out that fight against Kragen, so credit to him. But it's coming too little too late. The CTs are backing off, trying to save the weapon into a decent round. A nice jumping call on toward Gensi. Landed a headshot somehow. 2 versus 2 situation that ultimately will be fruitless for the Bitfix side. 15 for Masonic. Match point, or map point rather, for not quite match point yet.
Yeah.
It does feel like it has been that sort of state though here.
It really does.
Bitfix.
But consider the fact that we are going into Masonic's map pick after this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the one thing we haven't talked about yet. This was picked by Bitfix.
Yeah, and we kind of prefaced it, before before we saw the veto at all, and the fact that Ancient can be a bit of a not necessarily ace up the sleeve, but a bit of a gamble pick, from any side, especially if you're going up against a clear favorite. To maybe swinging them off balance again. It's just rare to find teams that feel extremely solid on Ancient, just because you have to go through that T side, but that's not necessarily panned out the way Bitfix had hoped for.
Finally, they get the opening kill in this particular round and tag on towards Queenix, but a Scout completely blinded. Ends up with a casualty to the CT favor. Black on 44 points of HP. Try moving in against the CT player over at Donut, and does win that fight. So back to a 4v4 we go.
So that small advantage Bitfix had created for themselves quickly disappeared, and it's going to get worse very quickly as well as Woody drops. Attempted information gathering from his end doesn't necessarily pan out, and it's just all gone from bad to worse here. Perfect flash from Black as well. And Tapeware, who started off the round in a promising fashion for Bitfix, is now left to his own devices, and well, he really has to go for it. There's no real other option here in this scenario.
Spotted already. Bullets flying his way. Try working a kill towards No Town. Okay, that's something. But a fine, but a backstab closing in. So even if he didn't challenge Black, he's probably going to get killed off soon anyway. 16-2. Dominant. Absolutely dominant from Masonic. And again, I don't want to do too much onto Bitfix's criticism side of things, because it was a case where Masonic came into this one as the heavy favourites in this matchup, and they showed exactly why they were the heavy favourites in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's something, again, if you're Bitfix, I think there's very obvious things that you can kind of pick out when you look through the match once again in terms of what you need to do differently and what you need to improve on, which is good because they're going to have another chance through the lower bracket as well. So there is time to kind of shore up things and potentially come better prepared into a potential next match. Well, I shouldn't say lower bracket already because they have not yet to play.
I was going to say, like,
getting a little bit ahead
of coming into this one a little bit earlier. There's good reason for that though, because
it was so dominant.
Yeah, it was so dominant, and it was Bitfix's map pick. We're talking about going into Vertigo, which is the picked over by the Masonic side, and then also got that overpass up next after that. Assuming we go to that, which is also a strong map for Masonic in the first place. So there's not a lot of hope here for Bitfix in this match, it seems. So they might already, or at least we already, be looking towards that lower bracket as being the main sort of success point for them.
Yeah, but I will say that the positives I can take from this is obviously it is exceptional matching for them in sense of going up against a team that has been very much on the rise for the last 2 months. So basically, getting exposed can be a really good thing if you're thinking about development and long-term progress and taking that view of it, really, because you can see what you're getting exploited by. And it was very evident here that Masonic kind of just had their way with them, and they could have multiples arrays of approaches really on how they wanted to really mess with Bitfix's T side. So I think you take whatever you can out of those that demo and move with it forward and try to improve off of that, and hopefully they have a little bit better time of it going into Vertigo, because obviously this was dismantling, really.
Yeah.
So it's hard to see it going worse in that sense. So that's a positive if you want to twist it that way. And they will have the benefit of starting on the CT side going into Vertigo as well.
We're going to see how far that will go for them, I think.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing we can really say. We hope that things will be a little bit better on Vertigo for the BitFix side. For now, they're Masonic looking dominant as we head towards our break and head towards the Danish map pick as well. So don't go anywhere. Well, not a lot of hope for Bitfix at the moment. They just got decimated on their own map pick. If you're just joining us here for the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, Masonic certainly looking like heroes here, Vendetta.
But
Yeah,
there's still chance. There's still hope.
we still have hope, right?
Yeah.
We are the very naive sort of individuals right now here.
We just see
who are
everything with
hoping-
rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah, we are hoping that there is a little bit more life left in the Bitfix side in this matchup, and we were looking towards Vertigo obviously being the pick of the Masonic side. Now, before the break, we mentioned that there's a good chance they're going to pick the CT side because
Yeah.
obviously Masonic picked the map, therefore Bitfix picked the half. They've, as we've discovered, opted to go to the T half to start things off instead here. Now,
Yeah.
we were so sure they'd go towards the CT side in that one, and we were so confident they'd have picked the standard sort of defensive half start. What's the thinking here from Bitfix? Why would they want to go to the T half?
So like after the initial shock, my thought has to be like, okay, well they have something special prepared. Not necessarily against Masonic per se, but it would be something that they feel very confident in their T side. Obviously, that has to be the case. And the fact that they feel like they potentially like, have a good enough default to be able to work, basically work into teams to kind of get a feel for the match in that sense and put pressure on them early. So that might be the thought process. Outside of that, I think if you ask me, I would pick CT side any given day. So we were a little bit thrown off by that fact, but again, it might just be their way of kind of getting into the groove of the game because they didn't get to play a whole lot, if we're being honest, on Ancient, right? So now they can kind of set the tempo of the match. They don't have to necessarily receive and feel uneasy or uncomfortable about what's about to happen as they're starting off on the CT side, and they potentially don't want to get off to like a heinous start where they're down 0-7, for instance, on the CT side and feel like there's no way of getting back into it. So it might be that kind of a mental way of thinking about it. Not necessarily something I would subscribe to, but again, to each their own.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Really, again, I wouldn't pick T half if I was in that situation. Then again, I am also just a 10-man and pug level 2 face it sort of awful player. So, so at the same time, I don't think I would, my opinion would really apply in that sense. So I can sympathise with some of the points you brought up there from Bitfix. The bottom line, however, is still the fact that they just got decimated. They got decimated on their own map pick. They are up against Masonic on their own map pick, and even if there is a good opening start for them, even if there is a good T side in them, I don't see them winning this map. Unfortunately, I think this is going to be a 2-0. Again, I'm holding out hope it'll be a bit more competitive in the last map. But I don't think it'll be that much more so.
Yeah, again, I will say that T side on Vertigo is obviously a lot easier to play than T side on Ancient. So they have that going for them. To me, I'm more looking forward to see, because you do have a lot of avenues where basically you could spread out as thinly as you want on a map like Vertigo, and you can still get away with things. You can have individuals basically poke and prod and find openings for you, either towards B stairs or just slowly scaling up towards A ramp, that kind of thing, or just having the occasional mid lurk actually feeling a little bit frisky and moving forward, which I think could be beneficial if you want to kind of showcase individual skill, right? Or if you want to have one individual step up. So let's say maybe as a whole, as a team, you're not getting the result you want. Maybe it is a bit of a one-sided affair, but you could still have individuals on the side of Bitfix showcase what they have inside of them. So I'm looking forward to see that. We're gonna get into the game. Already started with the pistol round here, and the result is already looking better for Bitfix here. 0-0.
We've got the double flash and Molotov in from Woody, throwing that Molotov out towards Scaff. Smokes down towards the mid control. The flashes in. So now they're going to try to split their way in towards that site. But Queenix and Kragan have it locked down. They've got those 2 kills. Drop the bomb. Black involved towards mid. Gets Gazi and falling with 5 versus 2. At least Sam can get a decent trade. But still control here from the Masonic side. Bitfix still working in as a unit. And they've got to get the bomb back as well.
Yeah, they really do. And that's probably the biggest mountain to climb right now, but okay, Gen Z gets a little bit over-eager, decides to peek in towards mid and connector, finds 2 Bitfix players ready to pounce on him, so a bit more of a chance to get back into the round here, and obviously still about a minute to play with as well for the T side. So they can rummage around, they can move freely, and from what I can see, they haven't necessarily picked up the most useful set of utility. They do have a smoke on Woody, but again, you would much rather have a flash in this kind of scenario, clear some angles, a little bit safer. Let's see what they come up with. And again, Bitfix kind of just getting the short end of the stick in terms of what they opt for. They opt for a B split, and Masonic have set up in basically a 3-1-1 setup, which is designed to stop that kind of a play.
Unless they do find first contact and that quick shot off to drive Tweenix back, which does get them the bomb as well.
Ooh, okay.
So they can escape and rotate towards the A side, but the read here from Masonic, it's so telegraphed what Bitfix are doing that they can hard rotate back. Notan's already on the defensive line on the back side of the sniper's nest. 10 seconds for Bitfix to get into the fight as well. He's just going to have to commit, plant down, hope to God they don't get the kills, and as Notan gets that casualty towards Woody, that's the round done already. They'll try see if they can get a decent frag back in, but Zane's going to fall off the climb here. It means no money. Okay, 2 kills to the reface. Does give up his life and does give up the round. He does done a little bit back, but you can see how he's much further behind the curve on the money line compared to the rest of the Bitfix side, and it is a pistol win for Masonic.
Yeah. And honestly, again, considering how you didn't get a bomb plant, not that big of a hope to actually get a good investment into round number 3, which, considering the fact that they haven't invested right now, seems to be the I guess the projected plan, which I'm not really sure I agree with. I would have rather seen maybe Zame in this situation actually just opting to buy full utility, have the rest of them on Tech 9, armor, that kind of ordeal, and then just see if you can actually bolster through with a set execute in some type of fashion, and then kind of just be okay with having a first buy in 4th round. Not to be the case, most likely. But again, I'm not gonna, I guess, necessarily proclaim that to be the set future by any means. Could just be that they want a really, really solid 4th round buy. Who knows? This one is definitely going to be a tough one. Glocks, no armor versus a well-equipped SMG side of Masonic.
Overwhelming by those SMGs as well. Kraken and Queenix doubles up both players. Looks like Kraken's going to manage to get the 3Ks. He taps off the head of Youngster. Very nice adjustment on the flick.
Yeah.
And yeah, simple stuff from Masonic to clean things up. Bitfix have a little bit of cash available, so they can go for the buy up here. Again, Zame's going to be a little bit low on his own buy up, but the AK should come in for everyone else.
Yeah. So Galil smoking a flash from Zame, but yeah, that could have potentially been obviously like a full buy if they had waited one more round. But again, wanting to put pressure on the CT side early on, that's perfectly fine. And again, considering the fact that we did see 4 SMGs bought up in the previous round on the side of Masonic, there is going to be a little bit of a lacking long-range firepower available to them, which is something that Vix could take advantage of. See aggressive moves actually down the ramp from the Danes.
Oh, body block heard by the utility. Gency, easy pick on the Zame, and Tapeware is so low, burning to 35. Another HE caught him a little bit more on the tail end of that position, but escaping back behind the bridge, and the T's conceding all sorts of A control here.
That is a rough way to start as well. I'm a little bit surprised to see that they weren't necessarily set up in a manner that, well, more or less expected. A bit of an aggressive move. I guess it is hard for them to know that there were 4 SMGs in play, considering they only ran into Krogan and Queenix in the previous one. So wouldn't necessarily have any way of confirming the fact that there weren't that many long-range weapons on the side of Masonic. Because I think if you know that, then you take a bit of a step back, you wait some sort of an aggressive move for the first 20 seconds, and then you gradually grab back map control. See Woody, K4, and Youngster, well, Ghazi as well, all trying to make their way in towards the B site through mid and through the stairs, and doesn't really go anywhere at all. Clean and solid first buy round from Masonic.
And Bitfix now got a half buy for this follow-up, so shouldn't be much left in it for them as well.
Yep.
Funny, actually, because the full eco actually did get a kill for Bitfix, whereas in this one they didn't get anything at all with the full guns.
Barely did damage.
Yeah, again, those silver linings just not coming much more anymore here for Bitfix.
Yeah.
Try work their way in towards that mid control. Yeah, I've got Kragan here with a nade set onto them. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That couldn't have been placed more perfectly.
The man knows exactly what he's doing. He's got the Molotov down, obviously, to prevent the T's from moving any sort of, or moving further forward. Just gives them a welcoming package from above. And Black and Queenix and Kragan are going to get in on the fun, and Kragan nicely done there. Controlled AK spray to grab 3 kills, and he's gotten off to a hot start again. I want to say Queenix and Kragan, probably my 2 standout players, at least for Ancient, to start us off, both netting above 20 kills. And doesn't seem like they want to fall that far behind from the previous performance here on Vertigo as well. Kragan up to 9 already, just 5 rounds in.
Got the AK to get some more as well. Of course, against the full buy round of Bitfix, have a lot of head cover. You can take out the Polish Gency that picks him first and foremost. The AWP gets caught off guard. He gets Ghazi in the back instead. The Zame can quickly adjust ahead of the flashbangs, took some damage for it, but at least maintains it at a 4v4 scenario. Does not let that man advantage go the way of Masonic.
Yeah, that That's something they can work off of. Again, usually these equal numbered situations, 4v4s, etc., are favored for the T side. Again, equal trades still in the favor of the T's here. I think, like, if you... Ooh, okay.
What? Okay.
Woody very worried about someone coming through connector. Instead, it's getting Phoenix coming to his back, but Same has been able to get forward. Bomb in hand as well. That's going to be bomb plant for BitFix.
Bit of a bad smoke with the gaps to the left of it, though. I don't think it'll make too much of a difference. It actually might play into the York's hands. It almost did. A missed shot against the player that made his way up. A backstab also inbound from Kragan, and Tapeware is covering this off. AK set on the stairs is ready for them to make their moves in the city of No-Town, just slowly peeking ahead of it. Sees that AWP, got to fire. Oh, and the AK of Kragan doesn't check his angles, so Tapeware gets the kill. It's all left to No-Town now, standing alone versus 2. Backside peeking in. Tapeware's watching with the AK, spraying, does get the headshot for it. To claim the first round for BitFix.
That's solid. And again, I guess the recipe for success is even trades, which sounds simple as a concept, but obviously hasn't necessarily been the easiest thing in the world for BitFix up to this point. But there we can see it. Again, as long as they're able to kind of keep an equal number of people alive, they're within a chance for the better part of it. Got to give credit for Zame as well, finding that quick return onto Queenix after he had dispatched of Woody in mid. Definitely crucial for them to actually be able to convert the round. Around on the board, nonetheless, and that's really what matters here for BitFix. Let's see if they can actually do something off of it. Again, solid utility usage from Masonic to start off the round. Woody down to 69 HP and Ghazi all the way down to 44.
This feels like they've got a lot more nades than they actually do, to be honest. Like, just the amount of damage that keeps coming in against BitFix. It's like, have they bought 6 or 7? No, it's just the 5 that they're using so effectively. All of them used so far in the early round, though, so just the flashes and smokes left to suppress the BitFix side. Continue playing contact. Woody getting tagged to 14 now.
Oof.
No real returns. All of Masonic are on 100 HP. No casualties taken yet.
Now that remains to be seen what BitFix final destination is going to be. It looks like they want to group up and go towards that A-bomb site. Gen C, though, has been stationed up with the DOP and on the back plat there. You can see players rotating in towards them as well. And it's going to be, well, okay, might be a bait setup here. Smoke drop off for No-Tan for the inevitable Molotov that should be there at the very least. They are given a lot of space here, a lot more than I actually expected.
It's just because of the execution coming in soon. No one's checking sandbags. No tank and strike. Drop that bomb. Calling the rest of the CTs as well. Does lose his life to Youngster at least, but counter flashes will catch him blind and give Gency a chance to get that kill. Black, meanwhile, strikes in from Ali. Woody falls. The same falls. And Tapeway can get at least a decent trade. That's as far as it goes. Kragan with the responsive. Sonic right back on track.
Yeah. A little bit late to get that Molotov in towards sandbags. Looked like they wanted to do, well, more or less like an execute popularized by Big, which is basically you run up. You kind of ignore sandbags because you expect the player behind it to smoke himself off, and you basically run up the mini ramp with the Molotov. So sandbags guys obviously taken out of commission because he's busy not burning to death. And standing inside of a smoke and terrified of actually peeking out, and then you use that to kind of catch side players off guard.
Oh, 2 kills for Gency on the York. Can't quite turn it into a triple very quickly, storming up the mid-control for the T-side line, and the Pistols the half by attempting to get involved here for the BitFix gap, but not really able to land it in hold. 10 HP for Tapeware, and dead to right score. 6-1 now for Masonic. Again, BitFix looking towards those gun rounds, though. That's where they can really change the pacing. But that's the key thing. That's when they can, not when they do.
Yeah, and that was about to say, because it feels like, well, if you're BitFix right now, if you'd have been, basically playing from their end, it would feel like Masonic always has 3 to 4 players wherever you're going. And that's partly because Masonic are doing a great job of playing compact CS right now, in terms of how they actually have their setups. You can see that they always have, like, 2 people peering near mid, just in case something were to happen there. And just like they always have 2 players playing aggressively on B as well. So for BitFix, they don't really get any answers or any good sort of reads to what's going on, the way it's been going so far. But again, if they're running into that much resistance towards those edges of the map, it does mean that there's a likelihood of Masonic actually opening up with at least 2 players over towards A, or less playing mid-rounds with 2 players towards A, which is something that they should be at least considering taking advantage of. And as I say that, obviously a 3rd player from Masonic moves over towards A.
It's Can't catch a break, can you?
No, I really can't. But again, this mid pressure should do some work at least. We can see actually one of the Masonic players dropping deep into mid. That's Krogan.
Oh.
That's a good find from Youngster. Doubles down. And Noten's job suddenly got a whole lot harder.
Still deals with it though. 2 kills to his name. Zane over the trade it. Kragen is responsive, and Woody turns around to Queenix the same. So Bitfix do come out on top for the most part as he trying to get himself out of dodge, knowing where Kragen is. Those bullets firing so close towards him, and he actually gives directive chase down the ramp, in through bridge, onto connector. Woody gonna try cut him off at the seams, and yeah, well coordinated, well called in there by Bitfix. Kill does get found. The spray was a little bit awkward.
What's he doing there? Why is he there?
Well placed, Stefan Bitfix.
Yeah, and to be fair, if I'm Krogan, I'm really liking the choice I made to kind of just chase chase Ghazi pretty much around the map, because in my head, if I've seen Woody taking out one of my teammates pretty much on top of sandbags by window, I'm expecting him to lock off connector. 100 out of 100 times. So I was a little bit shocked to see Woody actually give up that position, because that's such a stronghold for you to just allow Ghazi to make the complete rotation around. You would still have obviously auto cues to know where Krogan is coming from, right? If he's rotating the standard way. But Fate wouldn't have it that way. Bitfix playing a little bit of 4D chess in that one.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, exactly.
No matter how unorthodox it is, if it gets the round, that's all we care about. Queenix finding Zame, kicking things off with a quick jump face. The flashbang assist from Krogan. Well coordinated again by those two. Masonic, as a unit, so solid, so confident. Bitfix, well, they'll suffer for it, not only with the kill towards Zane, but also, again, Ghazi and Youngster, so low HP against those two.
Yeah. Well, Woody gonna run into his death, and Ghazi, a little bit of an ill-timed push. Same thing can be said for Tapor as well, and all of a sudden it's just Youngster left. Has made it up yellow. Does find Gen C, but not gonna really ruffle the feathers of Masonic by any means at that stage of the round. And, well, that would felt like a bit more of a lackluster round, right? You saw some positive tendencies in the first round that Bitfix were able to win. They were trading decently in this round. Obviously, it's difficult to trade the kind of move that Queenix and Krogan sets up towards B, but other than that, just the solo lurk up towards or out towards mid, and then the solo player on mini ramp doesn't really have that much thought behind it. It feels like it just kind of says we're banking on winning our duels, and that's what we're playing off of. I don't think that's going to work out too well versus a team that's so well drilled, and you can see them play so well off each other as Masonic are.
And as well as that, they've just been winning all the duels themselves.
Yeah.
So if you're relying on winning duels and you can't win duels, well, we have a problem. Masonic not able to get an opening kill just yet. Instead it goes towards Tapeware against Black. The Molotov burning him down though as Youngster falls. He's forced forward and eventually just dive back through the ramp entrance, escaping the ire of the crossfire of the CTs. Two players are out there. Queenix, meanwhile, alone on B, deals with Woody and brings in the advantage for Bitfix. Ghazi also with a backstab and does catch a player off guard. A lot of HP sacrificed to do so. So 3v3 situation. Masonic still lead by quite a margin. Tapeware and Ghazi are going to have some very awkward fights, and Jency sees one of them, gets the kill in. Double nades towards the position. Smoke to the left. He's somehow alive at 13 HP. Still with a HP advantage against Tapeware. Now Notan on the backside watching for more info. Hearing those footsteps, seeing those players. Jency falls. Notan trades. 1 versus 2 now for Tapeware. Low HP. A single bullet will do the damage. He does find a headshot though, so can secure the plant.
Oh, but will he be aware of Queenix's rotation path though? Queenix taking a deep route. Up ramp. All a matter of if he's going to make it around the corner. Not to be the case. Queenix is going to be able to retrieve the op eventually once he's, told that he died by sandbags. There we go. And Masonic are going to net their 8th round, but at least, some fight back into it. Again, Woody hasn't had the biggest of success with his mid lurks here. It seems like Queenix has been punishing him more often than not, but doubling up on it, having Ghazi following through as well. That definitely created some havoc in the defensive side of Masonic, to put them into a position where they absolutely had the possibility of bringing another round on the board, but not to be.
Silver lining again. Masonic are at least a little bit lower in cash thanks to that round. So.
Yeah, did you get a bomb plant? Again, have a loss bonus to work off of as well, so it's going to be a solid buy-in here. You just need to not have them have, a similarly kind of lackluster round as we saw 2 rounds ago, where they're just kind of walking off to each direction. And again, we talk about step 1, step 2, and all of that. They'd never make it past step 1 when they're spreading out too thinly, but this is more like it. Initially, I say, yeah, quickly to Prags goes the way of Masonic and Noden. Still patient. I think it'd be good for 1, but that's more than enough at this point of the round.
Yeah, Zaym and Ghazi took a great HE from, I think it was Gensi a moment ago as well. So they, again, just victims of the great utility placement of Masonic. And now Queenix and Kragan will close things down with a couple more kills towards their own right. So 9-2.
Would be curious to see what their utility damage actually is on the side of Masonic, because it has been a repeating and a recurring theme, really.
I think I can find that out. Hold on. No, I can't find that out. Never mind. I was going to be very intelligent and try to tell you what the damage was, but no, I actually can't see that here. So
you can't find the opening frags, though. That you can do.
You can do, yeah.
And I would imagine it's heavily favored in the side of the Danes.
Not as much as you might think, actually.
Really?
Or we've got 4 players on BitFix that have won 2 opening duels as opposed to losing 7 each.
Yeah.
And then there's still only a couple opening duels for Queenix and for Kragan. Notan's got 1, Black's got 1, Gensi's got 3.
Okay.
So, in case of losing those opening duels, however, the numbers definitely do favour the Masonic side. So,
yeah.
In terms of statistics, I mean, you're only half right. not all.
I'll take that as a full win. Tape, we're gonna smoke off yellow, and that is a bit of an indication that something might be happening towards A. Gensi, yeah, not gonna be worried about that at all. With a good spawn, and that might spell disaster for BitFix very early on. Actually moves forward, and yeah, does get pounced on. So a bit of a, I guess, reckless decision from Gensi, but Notan's still in a solid position around Sandbags here to play around with a solid aim as well. Okay, the dropped weapons still proving to provide something to BitFix here. 1v2, Tapework all the way down to 9 HP though. Pretty the easiest tasks, and Kragan, yeah, pair of safe hands to net. Masonic double figures early on here, so a bit of a similar story at the very well, as of right now, to what we saw in Ancient. Albeit role reversal, because Masonic obviously did have a monstrous T side to kick us off on Ancient, but here we are.
8 rounds to separate them. BitFix got a lot of climbing to do to get back into this one.
Yeah,
they have at least got the buyback at least.
If it's not Mount Everest just about now, they're definitely having to climb Kilimanjaro or something to that effect.
Well, Black does open things up, so the mountains continue to grow. Youngster caught, same caught, AK. Not seeing the player on Sandbags, actually, not just out of peripheral vision. So a 4 versus 3 situation, but a 4v3 that has 3 players that are less than 50 HP, only 10 HP for Ghazi in particular for BitFix. So just so much, again, that favours the Masonic side, and they're forced to slow things down on the T-half to hopefully punish a mistake if they can even see one.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question mark, right? If there's anything I could potentially poke holes at with the defense of Masonic, so far there hasn't been really too much to complain about, even from our side, as to what Masonic have been doing. It's been solid from start to finish. So they aren't going to be able to clear out Sandbags at the very least, but again, it's all about scaling up towards the site. That's going to be so difficult.
Oh, Notan. That's so well placed. Like, you would have thought that the player was going to round the corner and get killed off by the man, but no, Notan had his back. Bailed him out. Ghazi also falls to him, and Tapeware 1 versus 4 dealt with by Kragan. So there you go, 11-2, and this one's working out about the same sort of way that Vertigo was, unfortunately.
It really is, and it seems like Masonic just have this understanding of when to actually make their rotations as well. When BitFix slow it down, you don't see necessarily too much of an overreaction from Masonic, but even when they start like slinking up mini ramp further up towards yellow, that's when you see the third player from Masonic just scampering away towards the A-bomb site, leaving mid. So definitely feels like they're inside of the heads of BitFix right now and making the most out of it.
Broken by for round 14. They have forced it up as well here, so not a lot of cash to spare for round 15's investment. BitFix gonna need a decent round here. I mean, they've needed one for a very long time. AK in for Queenix to hold off against 4 players. 1 mode down, 2 kills found. Not quite the triple. Stay able to trade, but Crab does double his own fine. Doesn't quite make it a triple himself. So a couple of decent trades, but nothing that should lead to a round itself. Tapeware in a 1 versus 3. Does end up with another kill. It was Gensi. But Black rotates him from the back line, closes the back stab. and makes it 12-2 now for Masonic going into the last round of the half. Not even a bomb plant this time for Bitfix.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Tapework made it to the site, but Bomb obviously being a little bit further behind. And getting pinched on every side. Obviously, Masonic on there, and they're setting up for, A aggression and playing close towards the A ramp, and then the B rush comes in. Obviously, a dream scenario if you're Black in that situation, just being able to run up and have your way. Easy frags to pick up on the flank. So we'll see. Is there going to be a third round on the board for Bitfix here? We do at least have the buy to make that happen. Same peering up towards Crane. Nothing to be found there. Black playing behind the smoke and sandbags for the time being. Okay, we're trying the same move. What, for the third time? This time, it seems like the Danes have caught up to it.
Just to take that Black in that exchange, so it's not entirely fruitless here for Bitfix, but
It's true.
again, being down by the man, needing a trade desperately, just Zame not hitting his shots there. Woody does hit his shot though, great spray to Kragan.
Finally, he's not Queenix there. That's
Yeah.
been a pretty one-way affair. A one-sided affair, I should say. But okay, yeah. Being able to get a return kill at the very least, playing 4v4s. HP actually in the favor, very much in the favor of Bitfix right now. They're doing a great job this round, and look at Youngster being able to gain ground on B.
Alright, 4 versus 2, Bitfix, they're back in this round. The Rifles are going to pull the Deagle agency over, catching one player off guard back at CT Spawns. Woody gets caught. No time gets Ghazi. It's a 2 versus 2. Masonic are back in it this time. Trades involved, so now Gency stands alone. Auto sniper in his hand for the retake. This would be the ultimate meme if he makes it work, but Youngster says, no, sir. I'm not letting you do that today. 3s to the board a Bitfix, at least get something to return. But it's still 12 at the turn for Masonic themselves, so still a long way back for the Norwegians.
Yeah, no, definitely so, and bit of a rough go at it once again, and I guess we see the difference of winning your duels and not winning your duels, which sounds so simple and obviously so cliche when you get to it, but it really is a bit of a difference maker. Woody had so many attempted lurks through mid, whether it is actually getting deeper in towards A through the connector, or actually going up towards window to pinch on B, etc. Never really got anything from it until the very last round. Picks up 2 frags, immediately you have Bitfix in a winnable position, right? Obviously, you could say that maybe Masonic gets a little bit careless. Black obviously running in towards mid, etc., to try to find a return frag and that kind of thing, but they've earned that privilege at that point in the game.
I mean, to say that, though, that you just take a look at what happened when they did get reckless, when they did get a little bit overconfident. There was always a player that wasn't as overconfident, hanging back to get the trades and all.
Yeah.
So at that point, you can almost afford to do that if you're Masonic, just because of the fact that they were so confident in getting the rounds themselves that they just dominated their way anyway.
Yeah, they never really got punished for what they were doing throughout that half. So obviously that is going to come into effect. And for Bitfix, while they did have a couple of good moments in there, it became too few and far between. Never being able to really hamper the economy of Masonic as well. So the gamble to actually opt in for the T side to start us off hasn't necessarily paid off.
Bitfix hunting for info early, going to try to see if they can read what Masonic are doing here. They do find No-Tan as the opening kill of the half, so Pistol start things off on the right foot for the CT side. It's Kragan that trades back towards Woody, though, as the execution begins towards B. Youngster with his kill. Tapeware turns around towards Queenix. 3 versus 2 for him and his teammates. Unable to hold on forever, though. Ghazi going to be the last man standing up against 2.
Oh,
drops
bomb.
1 with the bomb, going super deep on the part of Black here. Now Gency got a clutch to try to keep his team on the streak alive. USP versus Glock. Glock makes his way up, sees the shoulder, tags him down. Unable to get the kill, however, unable to win the round just yet. But he can peek in left and right, and Ghazi just holds his angle, looks for the headshot, and lands it in hole. There's the 4th round for Bitfix.
Solid pistols out of Bitfix in that scenario there. Ghazi very brazen to actually take the duel versus No-Tan, who's equipped with a P250, right? That's normally you'd be happy to just kind of keep jumping to see if there's anything more lurking behind No-Tan. Actually, just taking the straight-up duel with him is very brazen. It could have gone horribly wrong as well, but this time, at the very least, it does play in the favor of Bitfix. So solid shots, send them a pistol round, and now they actually need to be able to work off of that, though.
Yeah, no bomb plant from Masonic. First fire, the M4s of Ghazi, seeing the head of Queenix and seeing the head of his teammates as well. Unable to find the wallbang sprays onto the boost position. As Zane gets the SMG kill, Woody to follow suit with one of his own. And they just storm forward against the T-side half and do find some confidence now for Bitfix. 5 to their board.
Nice and clean, exactly how you'd like it, but obviously they should recognize the fact that Masonic didn't invest anything at all. It was Glocks, was no armor. So they should be expecting a full buy coming in here in round 3 of the second half. So we'll see if they adjust accordingly. They haven't necessarily gone, I guess, the conservative way. Well, they have gone the conservative way. They haven't been very liberal with their money. I would have expected, kind of just given the situation, seeing the people with, at the very least, you know, enough for an M4S, to actually upgrade to it. Even if, yes, it is a bit of a money sink and you do kind of hope that you can win a bonus round to solidify your CT side economy, you don't really have that much leeway if you're Bitfix.
Double nade setting for them to start off this particular round. They do find themselves in with a
Solid amount of damage, yeah.
Yeah, no turn Gensi, 61 and 42 respectively. So the double nades working out well to get the damage, not necessarily the kills just yet.
Yeah, but this is obviously going to make the MP9s a lot more potent.
Oh.
But not going to work through smoke, sadly. Taper falls. The aggressive move does not pan out. Just wanted to sit in the smoke fade initially. Let's see. Not that big of a rotation either from Bitfix. Still one man alone for the time being. Just because you know how movement is starting to happening, but it might be too late.
Fantastic kill for Gensi. Zane falls and all that's left of these backline of rotation players from Bitfix. Suppressed by smokes as well. Kragan taps the bomb once, goes towards default, baiting in the Molotov, and also evading it so well. No damage done. It's more done by the blind spray through the smoke, but still no casualties from Masonic. Further smokes in to keep that lineup suppressed, keeping Bitfix at bay. Woody tagged low and eventually dead to the hands of Gensi. Kragan gets involved against Ghazi, and Notan with his kill in the round. A 13 for the World of Masonic, and when the guns come out, they look good.
They really do, and I'm tempted to say that pretty much all the damage that was done that round was by utility. Outside of the one spray as the bomb planter left the site, that was pretty much the only bullets to connect from the side of Bitfix.
Yeah, I think you might be right actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a bit of a dire outset as we move further on. But again, not having invested in the previous one, trying to basically cross their fingers and hope that they can get away with the bonus one. They will have a proper buy, even if their utility is going to be a little bit lacking. But an op in the hands of Zame. See if he can actually get things going for them early on. Haven't really seen that op have too much impact. Ooh, Woody. Ill-tempted aggression towards the B-stairs. So late into the round as well that you do kind of have to wonder how they felt safe about doing it. And, well, Masonic are going to definitely do much with the given space that they have. Boosted up on the edge at the railing already. Gensi, how have you made it up here?
Well, that's a question that Tapeware's going to be asking himself because he had absolutely no idea. With that, the bomb probably mostly commits. I don't know if they're aware of Zane, though. They definitely are now. Orp to drop that bomb carrier, looking for the second man. Now Jensen looking for his flank, and the Orp's going to try just towards that man as well, but turning away, not sure where to look as he backs up into Jensen, gets killed off, and from that, the round is done. Yeah, I think the question of that round really is how? Like, you look so confused.
I'm genuinely confused because initially I saw the setup with the same picking from Crane. It would have to be like Gensi actually walking through his smoke and walking under Zame before he moves deeper into plateau, etc., and then getting up on the site. But at that point, I'm also confused as to why wouldn't Gensi have taken down Zame as he moves up on the site. Again, a lot of stuff happening in that round. That just leaves me perplexed. And obviously, not to the benefit of Bitfix there, just leaking everywhere. Obviously, the aggression on B stairs did not pan out, and Gensi teleporting to the midst of A site. Definitely an oddity.
Yeah, at first you thought it was just going to be Masonic punishing Bitfix's confidence and their over-aggression, and that being the end of the round right there, but not to be. More twists and turns to find as we go on.
Yeah, that was your midday soap opera right there, that round. But yeah, we'll see if Bitfix can manage to kind of bounce back from it. They managed to hold on to 2 weapons. No op, sadly, for them, but Ghazi, Youngster, they're going to have to do something special here in order to fight back because Masonic are getting dangerously close to not only map point, but match point as well.
Yeah, 1 to get there, 2 to win the match outright. Bitfix, broken investment, but don't really have a choice to go for it here. They're down like second stage loss bonus. The Eagles just brought in to try and challenge off the Gensi, who's already tagged up Zame. Bringing his Molotovs in towards the stairs position. And drive players away from that B-site execution. You've got the Molotovs in from Gensi. A smoke has got to go down. The CT player who's out there, Youngster, Escaping out into the open and does win a decent fight, but doesn't follow it up. So the 4v4, and they've lost a crucial M4.
Yep. One of the two weapons out of commission for the time being. Again, just solid spacing from the side of Masonic there. Immediate trade as soon as Gen Z falls. And obviously a very difficult spot for Bitfix to be able to pick up any of those weapons that got put to the ground. Quick tempo shift as well up towards B, as one of the players have scaled up there previously. It's Queenix, but he's going to get punished by Ghazi, so there is still hope here.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I think you spoke too soon.
it's still a 2v2.
No,
Well,
you
yep,
spoke too
I keep
soon
making it
twice.
worse. Yep.
Twice in one round. Bitfix down to just Zame. M4 creeping up towards the outside of the site. Trying to catch off one player at least. Hopefully two. Hopefully the retake on. Check stairs. Almost wins that fight to Black. He's thinking that Notan's going to peek as well. Actually wins it. 1v1. Where's he at? Headshot seen. Notan's going to wait. Bombs in the open. He'll continue the challenge around the sandbags angle. And Zame's just wasting time here. No kits in. Ring of Rosie's being played. And eventually the kill comes out. But the round does not. And Masonic will get to... No kit. Found. Time. Is he got it? No way, Zame.
No.
Oh my god, he's done it! What a clutch! That's incredible. Well done, sir.
Oh, wow. I definitely didn't see that coming. I again, knew they had a kit going into it, but same as you said, spending so much time aggressing on the last remaining player on the Masonic. After he finds the player downstairs, I was expecting him to kind of just leg it because he didn't have a kit on him. I couldn't see where the kit was located. It didn't seem like he had a 100% idea of where the kit was either.
No.
But yeah, with the smallest of margins makes it happen. That's a 6th round on the board for Bitfix.
Remaining map point and match point as well for Masonic, so more silver linings to add to the tally. Still 8 rounds to make up, though. It is a start in this one, and Tapeware's going to follow suit as well. Opening kill, Gensi to end up dropping out the alley position. No commitment from Masonic, it's mostly just the default, but all 4 players will form up towards ramp, indicating and telegraphing an A play.
And Bitfix this time a little bit more on the ball about Gensi's aggression up towards that A ramp. It's going to net them a solid start to the round as well. No players behind sandbags on this occasion. It's obviously still got to be cleared out by the Danes. And ooh, this is a quick one.
Flash is going over and Zane that does pick up Queenix. No time can trade on towards Tapeware. Trying to escape dodge. Youngster just firing bullets down to him in that cubby corner. They want to maintain his life here on the Masonic side, but again, man advantage favors Bitfix and the wall bangs. The Molotovs come in. Black and Kragan combine. Black gets Woody as well. And Bitfix just charging up with the backstab and in from the back sight. A 1v2 now for Ghazi to try clutch it again.
Oh, the eagerness there to push through smokes and push through all the utility from Bitfix is going to come back to haunt them. And now, Ghazi left all by his lonesome. Bomb plant, I guess, did get disturbed, did get interrupted. That's one benefit, but still needs to deal with 2 players on the side of Masonic here. Smoke goes off in connector.
He's got the kill, though. Oh my god, he's won it again. 1v1's isolated and Bitfix just continue hanging in there.
Just finding the perfect timing there to push through. So whereas the his teammates definitely didn't find that timing on the previous attempt. It all goes the way of Bitfix in the end. And yeah, even if it is labored, even if it is 1v1s or 1v2s it comes down to, it's still around on the board at the end of the day. That's really all that matters. They keep themselves afloat. And the economy of Masonic is starting to dwindle here. No 10 down on the Deagle. So if there ever was a time for Bitfix here to start mounting a bit of a comeback, this would be it.
Rifles will take forward point in terms of getting the kills. Queenix and Krag going to start things off again. 2 quick casualties, which turn the complexion of the round over to the favour of Masonic. Bitfix trying to make their way back in. They do get caught again. Kragan putting utility up, and you are seeing CTs wrap that corner. Woody can find a responsive. Alas gets something back to the ball, but meanwhile, Gensi, in all the kerfuffle, has made his way up to an open and free A bomb site. They've over-rotated, and now they've lost another man.
As is tradition at this point. Gensi far, way beyond enemy lines over on that A bomb site. Catches another player by surprise. He is going to spot. Yep, exactly. Another player moving through system. Not going to win out the duel, but a lot of damage done onto Woody.
There's Black with the trade as well. Woody dropped. Zame caught by Black the same. 15-7, map and match point now for Masonic. Bitfix, they had a lot of momentum there, they had a lot of potential, but what they didn't have is the loss bonus building or the economy state building, and now
Yeah.
$1,400 across all players. SMG for Youngster being the best weapon they've got. I have a feeling we're done here.
Yeah, you might be onto something here. It's looking pretty dire for Bitfix. Bit of a mountain to climb, to say the least. Deagles, we're gonna have to see something special come out of those. From the start, well, getting pushed back. No early 1 Deags to be found just yet. Look how immediate Masonic are about pushing up here. No fear whatsoever, and well, there is that 1 Deag.
It's a good start, at least.
Came at a much
not again. Are you serious? Gensi catches tape wear out towards the alley entrance, and it's a 4v4 with the ace site gained and all.
Genuinely confused by how easily he's been able to make it up there so many times in a row.
Found a gap, he's moved on. Woody burns for that Molotov as well.
Unfortunate spread. And unfortunate position to be found there from Youngster as Gensi just sidesteps out. It's all on Ghazi. He has one clutch already.
And he went with another.
No, a bit of an off ankle to say the least from the final Masonic player, and that's a 16-7 final score for Masonic. A 2-0, quick and easy really for the Danes.
Yep, I'm happy to say that Vertigo was a bit more competitive in the first map at least.
Yeah.
So that's something for them. But
again, it's all about silver linings here.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? So we talked about silver linings all day for Bitfix, and they just couldn't really get a decent win on the board, which again can be expected. We are talking about a team of Masonic who are ranked on H.o.t. They've got some basis to work from, and unfortunately, that's not the case right now for Bitfix, who have just been playing in the national leagues and off of H.o.t. So. It is what it is at the end of the day. Like, they were coming into this one as major underdogs, and we held out hope there would be something in it. Maybe if we got towards that overpass, maybe it could have been a bit more of a closer affair with two strong maps from two teams who were strong on that map. But we couldn't get that far, and I don't even think they could have won it anyway. So.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't the ideal debut for Bitfix in that sense. And again, I guess wanting to stay positive on it and kind of look at the bright side of life, there is obvious things that they can work on from this match. And again, when you run into a team as Masonic, I think they're ranked 60 in the world as of right now, somewhere around that region, and given their form, wouldn't be too unsurprising if they keep climbing a little bit further as well. You do kind of get to weed out those massive holes that you have in your defense, or potentially offense for that matter, and you can learn a lot from these kind of experiences if you're Bitfix. So that's kind of the mentality that they have to have, and obviously they will get another chance in the lower bracket where they can come back and kind of show us that they have worked on it, they have improved, and they'll be able to put up a better fight. Obviously not versus Masonic, because they're going to be moving on in the winners bracket, but that has to be the way they think about it for right now. As you can see, Masonic in the upper semis, waiting for the winner of Astralis Talent and Metasport, which we will be seeing I think tomorrow.
Yes, that match will be coming tomorrow, where we'll get to again find out who will be in those respective positions. Hopefully, I mean, I imagine they're probably
Metasport, yeah.
I keep saying this wrong. I keep saying it Mesiport or something like that.
Oh, yeah, Metasport, yeah.
Metasport, there you go. I imagine that'll probably be a bit more of a realistic challenge for them in that sense. But in today's proceedings, we do have 9 Academy versus Tricked, our second match of the day.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm thinking we're on similar like wavelengths as to how we think that one's going to be similar to this one, right?
Well, it does. I guess the cards kind of portray it that way, because we don't have a lot of information on 9 Academy. Again, we're Swedish side of unfamiliar players. To be fair, I'm not going to obviously discard them completely, because I mean, I have had personal experience with a complete unknown basically being a fantastic player in the sense of Heap, because obviously we picked him off pretty much off of having seen him play Face It. He had obviously been playing in the Swedish National League and so on, but hadn't really made a radar, didn't have a single HLTV game, etc., and just came in immediately. Fantastic player who's going to be, keep making steps forward to becoming a solid one who's going to be staying in the Swedish scene for a long time to come. So again, not going to write them off completely, but Tricked, we already kind of labeled Masonic as a top 4, top 2 potential team. Tricked has to be, for me, the most solid team in the tournament.
Yeah. That's the key thing, right? It's a case of unknowns versus our probable favourites in that sort of sense for the Tricked side. So, we look forward towards that matchup. In a bit of time.
Yeah, we're gonna get
because
a little bit of time to
yeah,
kind of decompress.
we're gonna have an extended break because we don't operate on an accelerated schedule here.
Yeah.
So we will return at 5:50 p.m. CEST. We'll continue on with our second match of the day between Tricked and that 9 Academy side. So do stick with us here on Mist Gaming as we return with our Heroes of Tomorrow after the break.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod. Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I know why it never worked out before. Hello, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. It's scary sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
Sunshine, why you playing? Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, why you playing? Spotlight from my heart. Sunshine, why you playing? I get you.
Seems so good.
sunshine. My dear, why you playing? I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart, sunshine. My dear, why you playing? I just hope it makes no sense. Spotlight from my heart, sunshine. My dear, why you playing? I get you.
Seems so good.
Spotlight from my heart.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Mist. Welcome back to the Heroes of Tomorrow. We're getting into our second match of the first day, so of today. There you go. Vendetta, welcome back. Have you had a good break?
Very good break. We got some food, quality food, I should say, for being an event, and I've even put it up just a solid quality normal food, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully some quality CS as well in our second match of the day. Tricked versus 9 Academy will be our match. Of course, we have just seen the Masonic versus Bitfix series, which of course went pretty easily to the favour of Masonic, 2-0 of their own right, and just easy pickings for their own right. The Danish squad just dominating in respectable fashion. I imagine coming into this second series, though, we're on a similar wavelength with how Trick will be performing here. I mean, again, they are probably our favourite team in the whole tournament, right?
Yeah, I'd say Trick's probably together with Young Ninjas, or I guess the what was Young Ninjas, would be the most experienced team. They would be the ones who you would assume do the best, really. And Trick, again, they've been a team that has actually been competing to, almost grabbing a RMR spot. Like they're playing at that level as of late, and they've been able to gel pretty well. Larson, a fairly new addition to the squad, in CS terms. Has been slotting in pretty well. Obviously, Lucky disappeared out of that lineup to go to Astralis, so it kind of tells you what kind of level is expected out of these Trick players. Like if you played for this club, you are expected to kind of make the step further at some point in your career, because Trick has always been like the Danish talent factory.
Yeah, and I mean, it's proven in the results that they've recently had. One of the big things that Trick have done is they've come top 4 in the Pinnacle Cup.
Yeah, which was so tough.
Yeah, it's a very tough, like that format in particular is very brutal
Yeah.
to a lot of teams. Like even the play-ins are like single elimination brackets. So it's like just trying to get through that stage, let alone make it to top 4. Very, very difficult for them to pull it off. And they have managed to do that. So it's too early for me to tell whether or not that's a flash in the pan for them. But obviously, when you consider that, plus the other consistent placements in other tournaments as well, they've generally had a much more favourable position when it comes to the field of teams in this particular tournament as well, which is why we say they're probably the favourites overall.
Yeah.
Not just for this match, but also for the tournament itself. And that's going to, I think, affect 9 to a certain extent. There is the caveat that we don't know much about 9, so for all we know, they could all just be better than Tricked, and they've just come up here and they go back to smash everybody out of the water. Yeah.
It does happen every now and again. You do have teams that haven't been on your radar that kind of just shock you in that sense. One example that comes straight to mind is Blue Jays, right? The Macedonian team. Like, who had heard of anyone outside of like Casanito for the better part of that? Like, you hadn't necessarily had any tabs on Aid Kit, for instance, and those guys. And all of a sudden they beat Eternal Fire on Dust 2, and okay, they lose the series, but then they come back and now they're beating more teams that are actually winning series. They're not just taking single maps, and all of a sudden they're actually progressing in these like Pinnacle Cups and so on, as you mentioned. So like teams can come out of nowhere. Obviously they've been aware of their presence and how good they've been and how they've done in practice and so on. But to the broad majority, it becomes a bit of a wow moment in that sense. So that's kind of what we're hoping for from 9 Academy. Again, Sweden, long history of having good CS players, right? So that is a bit of a start as we see their lineup here as well. One thing that actually struck me the first time we saw this lineup was that the names are so Danish.
You are right, actually, when you think about that. Like...
Yeah, it's a lot of Skovs, it's Biscard and those kind of things. So, but yeah, Swedish lineup, and I guess they've also gone this route of having a bit of mixture in between some more veterancy in terms of age and having 2 young guns in Lusty and I want to say H.o.t. I know it says Okand on the sheet, but I'm assuming that's because simply it didn't allow him to put that in when he was registering his.
Okay,
his
we'll go with that. For now,
Okand.
then. Okay, but I mean, even if you talk about the veterancy in this roster, you're also taking a look at like a very young overall like average. Like we've got maximum of 22 years old in Hugo, and 17 years old as you mentioned earlier. So like the spread is very different compared to the teams we've seen so far. We've been up to like the 23 and 24 region, and as well as that, like just I think that for all the players, there's that potential to converse about the idea that they'll have a lot more breathing room, a lot more growth room in the next few years to become some of those players. So this could be the start of positive things for 9 Academy.
Absolutely, and again, I just love the fact that the youngest player on that team, H.o.t, literally translates into unknown. So I'm kind of hoping the fact that it's always fun when you see young players with like a unique nickname in that sense, or something that would be fun to hear at a stage, simply because it would be kind of weird to talk about. It's the same thing with nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing gets or nothing kills somebody. It's like it creates fun moments, and that because of that, I tend to root for people with solid nicknames in that sense. So I have high hopes for him.
Well, let's see whether he becomes from nothing to something.
Yeah, exactly. There you
So,
go. Brought it full circle.
Yeah, we'll find out how far he can go in this non-academy side. But the thing is that when we talk about the potential of what they could be, that's the thing, what they could be.
Yeah.
In what we actually know very little about Nine Academy outside of the very few appearances that they've had in the Swedish space. So,
Yeah.
in terms of realistic expectations for this team or like goals to aim for, like, what do you think they should be looking at in this opening match?
Again, I think this is just an excellent way for them to get matching against teams that have, I'd say, gotten further along the kind of the path to success, or the grinding path. For instance, Tricked, again, like they've had experience when it comes to online gameplay, offline gameplay. Also had to deal with multiple lineup changes and actually being or having players in the limelight, right? Lucky, again, goes from Tricked to Astralis, and even though that necessarily didn't pan out, it kind of just tells you of how far along they've gotten to now on that path. And so for Nine Academy, this is going to have to be kind of a thing to measure their strength as of right now, and obviously it's a golden opportunity to kind of get immediate course in terms of what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong. We saw that in the first game, in the first matchup with Masonic and Bitfix, right? There's some very evident things that Bitfix would need to kind of address if they want to have a shot at actually picking up more rounds versus a team that's as well-rounded and plays a solid team CS as Masonic does. And I think it's going to be a similar example here for Nine Academy to see if they can kind of match up to it, and if they're good at adapting as well. Like you do kind of get. You don't have, well, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And I think Nine Academy are in for a bit of a punching in that sense, just because we know what Trick they're capable of. And it's going to be really cool to see how they adapt to it, how they can actually mix things up on the fly, if they can put up any sort of resistance. And obviously, if it goes the way that we sort of expect, which should be a Tricked win, then it's going to be really cool to see what they can actually bring for their lower bracket match. If they've actually, taken what they've experienced in the first matchup, thought through it, and provided a product that's going to be improved for the next match.
It's like we're talking about with Bitfix, right? It's like you don't have to win the match if you just look good doing so. So
Exactly.
that could be the case for Nine Academy. This could be the great opportunity against the Danish Talent Factory. Let's have a look at the vetoes and see what maps we played out in this series. It's going to be, again, difficult to win out a veto against a team as
Absolutely.
experienced as Trick, but we have seen the first two bans. New Connection taken out by Nine Academy and Tricked. Vertigo picked in by Nine Academy.
Okay.
Tricked picking into Overpass. Dust 2 Mirage removed in the second wave. And Inferno will be the final map played in this series. What do you make of this one?
Honestly, I kind of like the fact that Nine Academy are playing Vertigo. Again, not that it's necessarily like a gimmick pick from the side where they're thinking like Trick doesn't know how to play it by any means, but I do kind of like the fact that the newer teams try to go to the newer maps in terms of trying to find an edge versus opponents. I think that's cool to see. Trying to play to your strength in that sense. And again, we talked about it when it comes to innovation and things like that. A lot of it comes through the lower tier teams, and then you see the top tier teams kind of refine it and perfect it. But maybe we'll get to see something cool or a different approach to how to play Vertigo from what we're used to seeing with tier 1 and tier 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nine Academy have gone with almost the right theory behind this veto. Like the nuke ban, for example, is the perfect example of
if
that
you're playing
map
against
being
Danish teams.
Yeah. You don't want to play that against a team like Tricked, who have a great record. And of course, you mentioned how Danish teams in general have a great nuke basis. I mean, it is their most played map in the pool for good reason, so they get rid of that. The Vertigo pick is the one that concerns me the most, Mo, because that's like second, third fiddle in the map pool here for the Trick side. That's actually the highest one map in the entire pool. So that's where things can go off the rails, I think, in Nine Academy.
Yeah, but again, Nine Academy come into this in a similar position as Bitfix, right? Like, where do you really go to punish Tricked? Danish teams just have a solid foundation on pretty much every map, and as you said, yeah, you can avoid the biggest potential disasters in like banning nuke, right? So you take that away from Tricked at the very least, but I think you're gonna be regarded as an underdog regardless of where you actually end up. So again, if they feel confident about their Vertigo, I'm super excited to see it. Because maybe they bring something new. I think it's going to be also very evident if they don't. Again, we've seen Masonic being able to kind of have their way and kind of realizing how Bitfix were playing on Vertigo very quickly and taking full advantage of it, and then not seeing the correct adaptation out of Bitfix. So this is an opportunity for Nine Academy to basically do the opposite if they get off to a rough start, etc. And also see if Tricked actually has something extra up their sleeve.
Yeah, it's a quote I like to quote Hans Zimmer on, is that the best example that like the best ideas in music don't come from the biggest producers. It's
Yeah.
always from some kid with a laptop or an iPad. It's like same thing here. The
Yeah.
best ideas in CS usually come from the tier 2 space and tournaments like this. And if Nine Academy have anything interesting to show, I think this will be the match where they will demonstrate it overall.
Absolutely.
But as we mentioned before, it's all about developing that in the long term as opposed to the short term. So in this match, I'm kind of predicting like a 2-0 for Tricked in this one.
I think that's fair.
It's mostly just, again, it all doesn't come down to the veto theory, because again, we've clearly got it there for Nine Academy. It's mostly down to the fact that it is Tricked and it is Nine Academy.
Yeah, sometimes it is as simple as that, and obviously going into Overpass, which is Tricked's map pick as well, that just feels like a solid kind of way of going about it. They will have the, I guess, downside of starting T side, which we've seen has been a bit of a brick wall for a lot of teams, like of any caliber. Even though you do feel pretty confident, you can see teams like, let's say, Heroic, for instance, hit a snag and end up only getting 3 to 4 T rounds. It does happen, and I guess if you're Nine Academy, that's kind of what you're hoping for with the CT side start. But in general, it feels like a pretty safe play from the Danish side.
Yeah, I think tier 2 teams suffer a lot from bad T sides. I think it's not just that, it's not nothing that's particular to any particular squad. Just notice that it's a bit of a commonality that a lot of matches are made and broken by a good T side. So that's very important. If you can have that in the tier 2 space, you're probably off to a decent enough start just by default alone. So yeah, a lot of T emphasis, especially on a map like Vertigo. You mentioned how it's a little bit more easy to play T half on that one. I think when it first was introduced into the map pool, that was during the height of the T meta. So people, I think a lot of players understand how to use that sort of that T side. So yeah, I think that's probably like a good thing to watch out for, at least in the first map. I still doesn't really make much in terms of, again, changing my mind to Trick to not would be able to.
I think we're gonna have to sell you a bridge and a half to actually make you switch predictions on this one. But that again, that's part of the experience. Again, the only the only team that we really have, actually solid evidence of where they lie in the scape of Counter-Strike is Tricked.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt. And again, we're absolutely open to being surprised. We're crossing our fingers that Nine Academy are going to blow our minds in one way or another, in terms of just either obviously surprising us by taking a map, or just showcasing solid Counter-Strike. Right? We're completely open to it, but the tail of the numbers really is that you are expecting Tricked to have a easy time of it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously you're an analyst yourself, and you've worked with teams in like a coaching capacity, sort of. And like, if you're in this situation where you are Nine Academy and you are the head honcho behind the team, like, what are you trying to say to them to sort of like get that across? Like, what are you trying to drill into them in this matchup? Just essentially to get that goal like won.
Well, I mean, pretty much the one thing I would emphasize is, or put emphasis on is basically talk through and vocalize your ideas in the sense that it's perfectly fine that we can have prepared a pistol round, we can have prepared a first buy round based on what we've seen in the prep we've done against Tricked, and go off of that. If that goes haywire, completely fine. Again, but I'd never want you to kind of shut down and become a shell of yourself and expect everybody else to take initiative and take responsibility for what's going on. So again, if you're a coach, be adamant about, like, we can be in round 5, we can be in round 6, take an early timeout and just kind of get the communication going, actually have them talking through ideas. And actually, sometimes it's easy when you're under pressure to kind of forget relaying all the information you're getting from from certain avenues of the map. But, if you piece all of those things together, that can, lead you to a good idea. So I'd want them to be active in that stage of the process.
Well, Nine Academy will be on the T side start. We've talked about it in a lot of depth. Of course, they picked this map. Tricks want to start things off on the CT half, and it will be Iceberg with opening contact, opening shots, and opening kill. Kenny, first to drop out here. Got to escape dodge here as Iceberg, because he's got the kit in play, and Prime is going to take full control of the opportunity he's opened up. Dropping the bomb carrier again. That's Paxios to fall. Okan making his way forward, spotting another player again, trying to get that dink off, and it does manage to get Hugo, but easy pickings coming in for the CT side, and this last one with the last frag. Overall, easy frags for the Tricked side and a pretty decent pistol round, just on the fundamental positional basis alone.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see as well. Obviously, Trick coming into this as big favorites. We often talk about this in Tier 1 tournaments where you have, let's say, like the #1 ranked team in the world playing against the team that came through open qualifiers or something like that, that they begin to play bully CS, which is more or less taking space that you otherwise would never attempt to take and those kind of things. Just to kind of make your opponent uneasy because they usually have less strings to play off of than obviously a very established Tier 1 team. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Trick kind of take that approach of just trying to bully 9 Academy into submission and not letting them have space to basically set up defaults and so on.
So far, easy pickings in terms of bullying in this particular round. Players, you've got Quadra. A lot of money gained on that SMG, last one with a closer. But all 5 players alive for Trick, 2-0 up on the start. 9 Academy up to the guns as well very early. No bomb plants, but no investment. So here come the guns.
Yeah, we've seen that approach from actually all teams so far on the D side, opting to not invest anything in that second round to get a third round buy up and going. And again, the thought process behind it, putting pressure early on your opponent's economy, etc., is completely fair. We'll see though if the somewhat lack of utility can be a bit of an issue as we get further into it.
So the nade set from Larson, so a lot of that from the Masonic side. So come on, Danish
Kraken was
nade.
just
Yeah.
throwing nades left and right and getting a ton of damage for it as well.
Not so much damage in this particular round though, which is fine.
Yeah.
Just early utility placement to try to drive them back, and I hope you can get something out of this one. It's no contact really established though. Tricked, waiting for 9 to make a strike, and it looks like there's going to be a split B setup from this.
I'm like that early on, making Trick well feel a bit of presence towards that stage of the map or towards that area of the map. Some good flashes can catch them out as well.
Yeah, 3 for 2 trades. 9 Academy come out on top thanks to those flashes and those kills. The bomb will get planted down at default. Iceberg and Prime with the next 2 players for the retake on the Tricked side. They still have that kit that Iceberg had in the pistol. Tries to put back to a rifle. He tries to see if he can get some more firepower in this one. So his teammate grabbing the M4.
I was about to say, not the greatest retake weapons they had,
Yeah.
but that quickly changed. Sadly, no Molotov here to make use of, and yeah, deep smoke is actually going to make it really awkward for Tricks to get through here.
Oh, that
That's a
does it.
solid shot from Lusti as well.
Yeah, that does it. There's no way that Prime goes for the 1v3 now. They're playing really slow anyway. It didn't feel like their heart's really in it for the Tricked side, so back off, save the gun. They still got a alright amount of money. I don't think it's going to be the most confident buy in the world. I think Trick probably might force it though, right?
Yeah, it's very possible. Again, they can get into FAMAS's and MP9s. Again, Vertigo, you can get to choose your positions, obviously, as a CT, but you can get into angles that are somewhat close up and somewhat far forward, but still being in close combat. So, you know, playing around yellow with an MP9, that's not the end of the world by any means for Iceberg in this instance. And you can forgo head kev. You know that your opponents are pretty much locked and loaded with the AK, so you don't really have to worry about that aspect of things. So definitely room to play with here. Makes sense to buy back, and obviously they probably come in with this with a lot of confidence in the fact that they should be the better team.
Nice nade again, placed by Iceberg. Paxios and Organd down low here. Prime set the smokes up as well to try to press even further. They're going for some pretty deep smokes on the Trick side. Flashes are ready for the 3-man crossfire. They will peek forward a bit. The SMG will be the first man in, and Oyan will be the first man out. So a nice start again for the Tricked camp.
Yeah. Setup though for the ramp smoke there. Definitely innovative from Trick, but already liking what I'm seeing from 9 Academy again. Having a bit of a duo, pushing out mid again. All about trying to condition your opponent to believe that you're more dangerous around certain areas of the map than you necessarily plan to be for the remainder of the half as well. But it keeps Tricked honest. They need to actually have people around this area. They need to basically be prepared for the fact that they could come a swing through mid for a B split and so on. So maybe that leaves one player less over towards A, longer rotation, that kind of stuff that you could take advantage of later on as the game progresses.
utility set up by the 9 side. They do manage to get Quez, but he's got Kenny on the way out of the round. So 3 versus 2 now. H.o.t does strike towards Prime. Iceberg so quick to respond, making an even man standing again. The bomb has committed to site though. They can't really deny it from here. So retake up for Tricked. It's all down to Larson. He gets there against H.o.t. He doesn't deny the bomb plant though. Paxios last man standing, tagged up by Iceberg. Get on him, on for the triple in this round, and slowly rotating to angle will get his kill together. And get the round together for Tricked as well.
Yeah. But again, Nine Academy doing a solid job of trading for the better part of that round, honestly. Obviously, Larson being able to be that quick on the flank, especially with an op as well. Probably a little bit more brazen than what Nine Academy ever expected, but keeping the rounds close, doing a good job of actually creating space for themselves. So I'd say positive signs so far from the underdog. They do still have money to buy into this round as well. Going to be 2 Mac 10s, so not perfect by any means, but can still pack a punch. A lot of utility as well. And I'd like to see that when, I guess, the lesser favored team actually goes heavy into utility. I think that's a cool thing to see because that means that they have a plan in mind.
In this case, the plan was to rush mid and get picked apart and also lose to the hands of Larson. His AWP finding Hugo. Paxios can trade it. Nine still maintain themselves within 1 of the man advantage, but Trick still holds that advantage. Molotovs keep him away. Flashes forward as Iceberg looks around the corner, having backup right behind him. Molotovs continue to pour in. Both T-Spy players are going to regress. Kenny makes it work, though. They're not ready for Paxios. He gets a double of frags and a triple overall to secure the round for Nine Academy. And much like how Bitfix had a lot of silver linings and positives in their early game, Nine Academy have a similar story, but this time they're actually making those work to their favor. They're finding good rounds very early on.
Absolutely. Managed to work out, or actually grab a win from a disadvantage. Favorable trade for Tricked initially in mid, and Nine Academy still being able to break through on the B bomb site, even with Larson hitting a solid shot on the first man scaling up towards the B bomb site. Impressive stuff early on, and that sends the CTs back on pistols. There's no doubt that Nine Academy were ready for that. Double setup towards mid. Handles Kieran Prime easily.
Yeah, easy pickings for the rifles, as you would expect it. Only real man that can do anything here is Iceberg, and he's in that advanced angle that a lot of CTs with SMGs like to take on this map.
Yeah.
Just push forward ahead of the scaffolding. But not seeing anything. Nine are being a lot more careful about their positions. You can just see them held back. And if there is a round where Trick would go for something cheeky, then this would be it. A force buy involved, a lot on the line. I mean, high firepower potential for the Deagle and the 5.7 if you can aim the shots right. So just better not to take the risk.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a, I would say, like an experienced move from Nine Academy. They're not getting ahead of themselves. They're not getting flustered or over-eager, which is something you very typically see that, you know, you want to win so badly, right? So you kind of get ahead of yourself and you lose track of what's going on. Not the case for Nine Academy whatsoever. Doing this solidly and even Molotoving off sandbags as they're scaling up, and flawless round from the Swedish Academy team. That's impressive stuff so far, and this is going to send Yev, as you mentioned, Tricked further down into the depths of despair with not having the possibility to invest in this round. Forced by didn't amount to anything at all.
No. There's not really much you can say to that for the Trick side. Just take it on the chin, go towards the harsher Rico. USPs pulled out across the board. Should be pretty easy for Nine Academy to be able to deal with it. Have that B stack here. I hope that maybe Nine might walk in with their own rush and then get a couple of frags together on that spaces. But with the A default set in already from the smoke from Oyand, just slowly walk forward. Actually, you are seeing the CTs push ahead of the stairs, so maybe Paxios could be the one that finds the first contact. But as soon as he sees that rush, the bomb just commits towards the A side from here, and there'll be nothing left in it for the Trick side. So they won't be too fussed about losing the round. It's the case of if they can get this rifle away. If they can do that, then it'll be 2 thumbs up.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that went quickly. Hugo nearby to potentially do some damage. That's not the most ideal trade, but as you said, it has kind of shot speed into the remaining players up towards that A bomb site. Now it's just a question of how well they can defend. Okay, level-headed thinking. Lucy actually planning towards higher. They know exactly what to expect and how to defend from it.
Yeah, they have the backline control, so there's no sense in planting open towards ramp when the CTs have a high potential to backstab.
Yeah.
Now with 2 AKs to play with.
Even got a bit of a one-way smoke as well down there as well. Just gonna have Tricked wondering a little bit about the positioning of the remaining suites.
Uh-oh. That's two-man advantage. Molotov on the bomb. That's smart. And from here, it probably falls apart for the CTs. Indeed, it does. Kenny ripping them all apart. Great adjustment on that third kill, especially. Quadra overall. But
Did cost them.
cost them a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried as well because that Molotov did spread out to his teammate once Kenny put it down. So I was wondering if that was going to end up in a full disaster. But do manage to salvage it and actually in the lead right now. And even though it did cost quite a bit, they have been able to get an op on Lucy. And a healthy amount of utility as well. But obviously we'll see if it has ramifications later on. If we're would have been able to win this round. Obviously that's where we're going to see the full impact. Dropping that many players to what was essentially a clean eco from Trick's side.
Great shot for H.o.t. Finding Prime to kick things off. Last not so successful in the mid control. I think he peeked up there and got overwhelmed by, I think it's Kenny holding in that position. It's Iceberg out towards ramp that finds the next player, so 4 versus 4. Even man standing for the Trick side as they do manage to maintain positions. Still got that massive HP deficit they're going to worry about though.
Wow. Very true. Larson's going to have to be a little bit more considerate about his positioning going forward. We'll see again. Night Academy going back to this B split. At least that's what it looks like for the time being. And to be fair, they've had decent success with actually being able to get through with this kind of approach. But the more time they spend, more players are probably going to get curious about what's going on the map. Alright, neat little setup for connector smoke.
Flashes into run to get to that mid position. Kid can't quite capitalize on the kill towards Kenny. Meanwhile, Paxios working on the other side of the site. As Kier falls, it's all left to Quaze. He gets one. Very aware of where they're all coming from. He manages to make it a triple instead. Big moves. USP pulled out now against the AWP. He's looking the wrong way, so the kill can come in regardless. A quadra for Quaze this time as Trick take 4.
That's a bit of a round saver right there from Quez, because it is actually Nine Academy to find the opening that they need as they start scaling in and tries to set up the pinch. So if Quez only goes for what, like a 1-for-2 trade or something to that effect, that still might not be enough actually to salvage the round for Tricked. It does pretty much everything that's needed and then a little some to make sure that Trick get their 4th round. And yeah, now we're seeing a little bit more of a money-starved T side here. 1 hero AK on Kenny. And a lot of utility damage being done. Ooh.
Remember we were talking about how Masonic's utility placement was fantastic? Like, I think Trick have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Iceberg spotting out the next opening frag, in fact, just ahead of it for Oyand. Oh, the mist of the smoke caught off by the M4. Easy pick to be found. Leaning in for more double and triple with a straight bullet. He didn't even see that coming. Low HP, so give it a little bit of credit. Kenny suddenly the 1 versus 5. And this round kind of went about as well as you would have expected it to go.
Yeah. It always surprised me a little bit when you do see hero AKs being picked up. And like there needs to be one of two things that happen. Even you have a very obvious kind of a bait setup where you literally have someone on the Glock jumping past angles to clear it for your AK, and then you basically bank off getting trades. Or you actually have the AK lead, and in this scenario it felt like Nine Academy did neither of those things, and I guess you got the expected results at the end of the round. But we didn't really see too much of that AK coming into fruition at all in that round. But they're going to have another go at it. No op in the hands of Lucy this time around. It's going to be Galil, but the 4 others looking pretty healthy in terms of weaponry.
Last shot up the ramp control. Nades from Iceberg. 3 players. Oh, lots of damage done by a follow-up nade. Oh, that's not good. Nine Academy trying to fight fire with fire. It seems like they're the ones that got burned this time.
Yeah, pretty heavily as well. Let's see if it's just a 2nd-degree burner, and if there is a chance to kind of bounce back from it. But right now, this is going to be a pretty daunting task. Oh, aggressive position from Larson. Cheeky.
He knows how to deal with that. Like, that orb being placed there, he knew exactly what he had to do. Just spot, repeat, quick scope. And if not, my teammate can spray through the tops and get the kill anyway. So,
yeah. And look at the
trades.
And the information gained as well, just from that pick as well. Cleared out the entirety of the ramp. They know exactly what to expect here from Nine Academy. Full rotation coming in, even a backstab as well. And this is bit of a nightmare for 9 Academy. Well
Yeah.
done by Trick, though.
Very well done indeed. 6-4 to the board, regaining the lead, regaining control, 2 to the difference. And now it's the T-side economy that looks crippled. It was a half buy in not the last round, the round before, and now it looks like it's going to be a similar story for them on this occasion. They have got a little bit of loss bonus to play with,
Yeah.
but they can't buy too harshly. It's still $2,900.
Yeah, no hero AKs in this one, just Tech 9s. And to be fair, that can get pretty chaotic. High mobility pistol allows you to strafe and shoot to no end. It's out into mid, and well, Kier's gonna feel the bullet early on. They actually get any further with it. Actually decides to dip back. Like that decision. They know they don't have the utility to necessarily get a quick smoke down in towards connector. Know that it's gonna be a rough go of it if they move forward. So reposition. Kenny still the player with the most HP out of the ones with armor. Makes sense for him to have the M4 on him. We'll see if they can have another bit of a guerrilla attack on the A players. There are 2 players from Trick's side over at the right area at the very least for the time being. Seems like the Swedes have had a change of heart immediately.
Yeah, backing off, back into that B site. Not sure what gave him that indication, whether or not it was because of the mid lurk or something. Either way, oh, they're going all the way around towards mid actually. Okay.
Back where it all started.
They got some time to play with, so I guess it kind of makes a little bit of sense. Of course, the concern is that there's still a player watching the mid position, and Lucy's got to act so effectively here towards the B stairs to get the split together. So all up to the Tech 9, seeing whether they can do their damage. Not even Kenny's taking point on this. With information spotted, Prime gets the kill, drops the bomb carrier. Iceberg struggles to get Oyan, but does end up doing a double of damage. Kenny could get the trade, but as Lucy falls, it's all left to him now in the 1 versus 3. Oh, against it. Catches him with a quick peek out towards elevator, and Trick's line 7.
Yeah. Again, don't mind the repositioning and kind of readjustment to the plan that 9 Academy has mid-round. It's just, it takes a little bit too long to get into position. Obviously, there's areas of the map where you can start running where you don't have to worry about being hurt, and it seems like 9 Academy didn't really quite have that in place in order to kind of get the jump on Tricks, because as you mentioned, there was 1 player from for the window area holding on to mid, but by the time 9 Academy actually made it towards there, you had a re-rotation from that A round. Oh, that's an opening and a half from Paxios.
Will it convert into a round for 9 Academy is the question. I mean, it's a very clean shot and a very clean start to the round for 9 Academy in general. No damage done to any of the T-side players, not even the nades are catching them.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's odd to see not half of 9 Academy down to at least 50 HP or this early on. But you have escaped the wrath of the utilities so far. We'll see if that remains. Iceberg chucks 1 down. Nothing to be gained from it either.
Well, 1 point of damage to Oyan, so a little bit
fair.
to
Yeah,
be
okay.
gained.
I'll give him that.
Not entirely nothing.
1% success. But 9 Academy really taking their time. Again, throwing up the deep ramp smoke. Pop flash as well to give the idea at least of presence, and that's going to have Kier peering out towards B, and he's going to get punished for it as well. Here comes the full onslaught. Oh, Hugo, how did you manage to do that?
Not a bad question. He does lose his life for it, but that's a 3-for-1 trade, and only 1 player standing on the B site itself, back towards Scaff. You see Larson getting forced back, Iceberg closing into the backstab, and Oyan able to deal with him effectively. Well-placed round from the 9 Academy. See if Kenny can make it a full-on team ace here by finding the last player of the CT side, but Larson, no chance left in it for him. He's got to save the weapon.
Yeah, very well executed round, honestly, from 9 Academy there. And you can tell that they've already kind of gotten a hint of the fact that Tricked have been very brazen about being quick on their back, on their rotational flanks and that kind of stuff. This time, immediate response from 9 Academy. There's not like getting everybody up on site and then going back towards the staircase to make sure there's nobody in your back, because in the past, that has been too late. So just basically parking 1 player at the back there to deal with that. Works wonders. But yeah, all starts off with a fantastic opening from Paxios there on B.
Yeah.
Allows Lucy to get into a deep position as well, so when Kier peers up. I don't think he had a flash with him either on that occasion, because we saw a similar kind of setup from Bitfix, and he got caught out massively by a pop flash from Masonic. I think that was just a bit of a dry peek, not expecting anyone to have actually pushed deeper in towards B stairs. They get punished for it. already pretty impressed by the T side that we're seeing at Nine Academy.
Yeah, it looks very competent indeed. And again, that's not even a goal that they have to win. Just that if they can look good against our tournament favourites, then that's very encouraging for this Swedish side.
Absolutely.
What is not encouraging so much is the continuous day damage that keeps coming in against them. Paxios is down
Yeah.
at 54 HP this time, unable to get the opening kill. Well, the same with Lucy down at 71.
It has usually been a pretty bad omen for Nine Academy when they start off rounds by taking heavy util damage. That has been pretty tough to turn around. You see Tricked picking off utility. Larson with the well, off angle and aggressive positioning towards mid. That catches Hugo off guard. They have been allowed to scale up a ramp at least.
A slow walk into it though, very slow scale, honestly.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
tried and true, you know.
Yeah.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. We'll see though if they actually do their due diligence and actually clear out sandbags. They've been doing a good job of it on their other A attempts, but obviously it's something that can go by the wayside on occasion. They do have Molotovs to spare, no doubt about that. Standard smokes going out.
I feel like they might not check it.
I think that way as well. And there's no reaction either. He's biding
yeah.
his time.
And there it is, prime for strike. Loosely falls. Kenny trying to work in a decent trade, only gets one for it. Kier with a responsive and doubles up, drops that bomb. And there you go, Paxios in a 1 versus 4, and all that fell apart because they didn't check sandbags.
Yeah, I mean that's just a bitter feeling to sit with as well, because you've done it, what, 2 or 3 times already, just been no result. Feels like you're kind of just throwing away Molotov, etc. It's like, oh man, there might be a team that don't actually play sandbags.
I mean, the worst part about it is that in that pre-sub, they had 4 mollies still left for them. So
Yeah.
like, they had
Definitely had room to spare.
in terms of like the short-term thinking, probably had no real reason not to throw that Molotov.
Very true, honestly, and again, because it's not like you will need 4 Molotovs for
Yeah.
either the execute or the after plan. Like, sure, it's great to have, but it feels like a bit of a greedy move to not expend at least 1 Molotov for that area, just to kind of have safety for the soul, in a sense, right? Like, you want to have that peace and calm, knowing that there's nobody's gonna be in that area. But those things happen. Still another buy on the menu for Nine Academy. Oh, is it happening again?
They walked right into that
Yeah.
nade. It's like you could just see it on the X-ray. It's like, oh, here we go. It's already begun.
And the thing is, like, 30 damage might not seem like a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, obviously. But it does do a significant difference considering that the CTs are on M4s.
Yeah.
So that's just a single dink and you're out. Pretty much just makes the M4s into AKs. And yeah, I guess they've followed up with some additional damage. Kenny down to 38 now. So from the front of it, oh, bit of a reckless dive there and down from Yellow. Nearly punished.
Flashes over to gain that mid control as well for Nine Academy. Again with a B split seemingly on the table for them. Paxios waves the challenge above the smoke, sees his head and connects that kill. All important start now for the Tricked side, capitalizing upon that damage they put in so early. And removing 1 man from play. The slow walks will continue to make their way back in towards the A site. 40 seconds for the hit though. They've still got 1 player towards Scaff. He's got to extend even further to try to get that split together, and Prime just lines up too. Kenny going out to fall. Hugo also down and out. Lose to in a 1 versus 5, and surely he will also lose this round.
Just a solid job from Tricked, honestly. And again, it starts with utility. Makes your job so much easier. Well, 30 points of damage doesn't necessarily seem all that much. In the grand scheme of things, it does make whole life a whole lot easier. There you go. Flawless from Tricked's end as we move into the last round of the first half. And again, even if this were to be a 10-5 half, I would still be impressed by what we've seen at the Nine Academy again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, our comparison point so far has been probably one of the more one-sided matches we're going to see in the tournament.
Yeah.
But it is that thing of they're probably our lowest seed versus our highest seed.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's been pretty respectable so far, and I'm excited to see whether Nine Academy can build upon that, whether it be in these last few rounds or in the second half.
Yeah, obviously CT side it could be a disaster potentially. Remains to be seen, but I like the push here. No respect right up A ramp, and you do get a 1-for-1 trade. Might get to pick up the weapon from Iceberg as well. Yeah, that's Lusty. He's got a weapon in his hands, and we'll see a re-aggression coming in from Tricked here.
Bring over those flashes for Larson, watching out the alley entrance. Several players below at the target position as Lucy takes Prime down, but Kier so quick to respond, and he's dipping in for a little bit more. Jump face watching the Aaron 51 entrance and gets that kill together. So advantage maintained by Trick, so they gain it above the 9 Academy side. Leaving a Tech 9 and a Galil. We're now Mac 10 upgraded for Paxios and a Galil for Hugo to try and get back into the site. The bomb is on its way up there first. We've got an AWP with an AK to try and defend against here for Trick, so they're in a very good spot. Smokes will get picked up, Molotov's also thrown down as well. Got Kier forced to use his own smoke to get back at the orange. Boost sprays will still come forward for the man. Larson's not concentrating on it, so they might get the bomb plant here, but it's a case of everything else, and not even the bomb plant's allowed. Larson peeks in at the worst possible moment, and Hugo left to clutch the 1 versus 3. At least gets that first frag. Now fired upon by the AWP, knows exactly where he's placed, and Quace is just waiting for an overextension.
Difficulty here is going to be how do you get the bomb plant down in a safe manner. I think that's just not a possibility, but yeah, okay, maybe there's a chance that we're going to see a little bit over-eagerness from the Tricked side. But they are draining the clock quite significantly here.
Oh, I thought he hit that. Hugo's got a kill, though. 1 versus 1. Bomb plant could be secured from here. This is manageable for him. He hears the footsteps and everything. Glock pulled out, though. He's got no ammo in the AK. Playing Ring of Roses against the P250. Similar story to how it's playing out on white, but here on red, it will be Trick's red that shines bright. 10-5 at the turn of the half for the CT half of things. And well done all in all. You know, 9 Academy, they could get a lot of praise because of how well they've done. Of course, Trick won the half by a margin of 5 rounds. A lot of positives for both teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to me, it's more about how the approach was from 9 Academy. They were varied about how they approached different areas of the map. They actually utilized mid, which is something that we see a lot of teams just kind of forget about. And the fact that they had a very clear idea of wanting to condition Trick to the fact that, well, yeah, we know how to attack and split B, so you're going to have to be aware of that. Then they moved over to actually pressuring ramp. And even though they don't necessarily win out all of these rounds, they do get into winnable positions, and that's more the I guess the positive thing that I'm looking for, really. When you have a completely unknown team coming into it, the fact that they just know how to get into positions where they can win a round off of.
Yeah, I mean, there was some still small mistakes, though, for the 9 Academy side.
There was.
And obviously, the key example we'll talk about was the sandbags issue and how they didn't put the Molotovs down in that one round. And little mistakes like that is what I think is going to do the most damage for this team, right? It is the fact that you can see the fundamentals are there. It's the case of the execution. It's always that lacking in 10% we talked about for Bitfix. Maybe lacking in 5% this time for 9 Academy, because it does look really good, actually.
Yeah, and the question remains, obviously, is if that's going to be something that's also true for the CT side. We never really know. It could just be that Trick get off to a hot start and close it out in 6 rounds. But again, it's nothing with a positive outlook, at least for 9 Academy here, as we get started with the second half. And Tricked on their end aim to take their pistol towards mid. Again, one of the more underutilized areas of the map, in my opinion. So happy to see that these younger teams actually give it a go.
Molotov's up on Scaff. They smoke down towards the CT spawn, but it doesn't stop Lucy from firing through it. Catching Larson, doing damage to Prime. Quez has fallen on the ramp lurk. So a 5 versus 3 for 9 Academy. Very positive stuff in the pistol. Paxios lands a fantastic headshot to Prime the same. He has caught Kenny on the way out of the round. So a 4 versus 2. The CTs have control, and Kier is hunting to get some of that control back. Gets one. Back at Elevator. On the defuse, they'll stick. Someone's got to peek it, and he's being covered up by the Julies and the USP. Hugo and Paxios make sure that Ion will get the defuse and get the round for 9.
Honestly, again, very solidly done by 9 Academy. Again, you could see also the fact that they don't necessarily get rustled by the fact that there is an A split incoming. Not the most common thing to see on a map like Vertigo, so you might have teams kind of get a little bit fumbled, standing in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where to kind of aggress or where to hold. In this scenario, 9 Academy just immediately commit with their A players towards ramp because they know that there's going to be a minority. Like the lesser part of what's left of Tricked is going to come through ramp, so they can take that fight, have a man advantage going into it as well, and then ease up the pressure significantly. And obviously, you're going to have to give up a bomb plant, but I think that's perfectly fine considering the circumstances.
So start out does give us a little bit of damage towards Kier this time, so 9 Academy's utility is placed pretty well.
Yeah, giving it back.
Yeah.
An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Nade for a nade.
There you go. Would obviously be fantastic for 9 Academy to be able to convert this kind of a round. They've gone, I'd say, the greedy approach with 4 SMGs and a FAMAS. heavily focused on having utility, which can allow them to set up for retakes and that kind of stuff as well if they get caught out of position. And also re-aggress. So we'll see what they make of it. But tricked on their end with majority Galils. And not the same kind of benefit in terms of utility as their CT counterpart. Might just be a contact plate coming out from the Danes. Not really much you're left with, in all honesty, in terms of options. Could be the exact perfect way to go. We can see a very, very passive hold from 9 Academy on the A bomb site. They're actually taking pretty long distance duels potentially here to start us off.
Concern would be the SMGs at the long distance, isn't it? But they've got to play passive because they know that Tricked have got rifles. They must read the fact that a bomb plant and what that means for them. Flashes will go over as a third man has joined them, and they see a boost up from Larson. It is the perfect distraction to get that bomb down, but Tricked lose a man early here. H.o.t rotating up with the only rifle that they have on the 9 Academy side is Tricked back the hell off.
They do get solid damage onto Iceberg as well as he's planning. So people softened up, and he's going to go through sandbags. Didn't make it all the way, it seems like.
For the commit instead. Iceberg waiting below the ramp. It's Kier with the kill on H.o.t. Iceberg overwhelmed, and Oyan going in for the triple. Overwhelms the SMG. Kier gets one on the way out, but he is definitely out of the round. A quadra for Oyan on this occasion, and a 7th round for 9 Academy. Tricked bomb plant, though.
Yeah.
I think... did they force here?
No, I don't think there's much value to it. There's a couple of rifles picked up from 9 Academy. That's a free upgrade. Weekend made like, I don't know, 9 million bucks in that round with 4 MP9 kills. So they're going to be well set, 9 Academy, even if they were to go up against the force buy. And I think that's what Trick recognizes as well. So they're going to do a bit of a half buy, invest into pistols and something like Kevlar, and see if they can basically win duels. Get a 1 dig here and there, and that can do a lot for you in terms of opening things up. But I think it's the right decision overall. It's perfectly fine being a little bit conservative and not necessarily biting off more than you can chew in this scenario, and then potentially having derailed your economy and allowing 9 Academy to solidify theirs.
And the smoke set as defaults in for the CT. Half Tricked, being a bit more careful about this. Again, going to look towards that B split with the mid control trying to be established. They've got Paxios on the side to try to deal with. Oh, perfect headshot to Quez. How quick was that reaction?
I was about to say, sharp eye.
Yeah, Lewis T also in mid, getting 2 kills, removing that mid control entirely for Trick, so it's all for the 2 players that remain over towards the stairs. And yeah, Ecos go as well as Ecos go. See whether maybe the Deagles can get one more headshot out of the round. And actually, yeah, H.o.t will drop, so
Speaking of the
consolation
devil,
prize, so something, but nothing much more.
oh, maybe you could get one more with him. Not a third in the cards for him, but at least does some economic damage. Not going to have the biggest of impacts on 9 Academy, but absolutely better than nothing. As we get to see a full buy on our hands. First full buy round of the half. No SMGs in play from either side, or I say that with bated breath. Larson does have the money to obviously buy something. I guess he's contemplating whether or not he wants an op or an AK, and opts in for the rifle with added utility. Let's say Trick more or less at full strength in terms of what kind of options they have available.
A little bit of damage done to Oyan this time. Tricked. There's some Molotov goal this time around in this half. Flashes forwards, setting things up for Iceberg. Looking for a pretty early hit, I think, towards the B site. Molotov does indicate that initially, but they're going to cancel that and continue playing the default.
Which is what they've noticed that makes them want to rethink their initial strategy. Again, first couple of util or first bits of util is to feign pressure towards the A bomb side. Obviously, have the CTs respond in kind and leave them a little bit weaker later on. So straining the CTs a little bit at the very least, but now making their intentions a little bit more known for the Swedish side here. We'll see some adjustments as well. Not a full rotation by enemies. Actually, they're dropping off to go to mid, so setting up for a bit of a retake once again over towards A. They do have at least a lot of Molotovs to play off of, but only 1 smoke, which has me a little bit worried. But, well, maybe the plan is to just flambe the entire default site for the remainder of the half, or the remainder of the round, I should say. 1 Molotov comes in. Smoke forward to create some space as well. Do they get the rotations in here to just fill more Molotov's in. Okay, Iceberg is burning.
Whoa, I thought he was going down there.
Wow.
Fortunate with that smokes placement. Larson caught a kill as well. Loyan able to trade back onto Kier as two players watch the crossfire down at the ramp position, expecting the CTs to go for a backstab, but no. All inbound from spawn, from elevator. One man already on the site, joined by a second and a third player. Molotov in towards Prime, forces him out. He's still tucked up ahead and almost gets the second as well. So much impact being found by these T-side players. Iceberg chimes in. Larson drops. So does Iceberg. Kenny getting that double, and Quest is alone in the midst of the smoke. Looking for the bomb carry. He's lined them up. The perfect timing, the perfect patience, and it gets tricked on the board.
Oh, that's a bit of a hero play from Quez right there. Night Academy managing to break through the setup that Tricked have, even without necessarily getting full usage out of their Molotovs. It does force one of the players out from sandbags, but obviously we saw a bit of a one-tap show beginning to take shape. At that point, I thought that would be basically a done deal for Tricked, but Night Academy do a good job of fighting back, and then Quez with the heroics through the smoke, much like in the first half with the 4K on B. That puts Tricked up to 11. Their first round on the board here in the second half.
Most likely to be their second coming in as well in round 20, just on the basis of Night Academy and their buy-up. 3 SMGs, and you can see how the CT economy has affected them. The damage, of course, being mounted up by Tricked over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
So M4 and AWP be the only real rifles to play with. Kier will try flashing his teammates to silo position anyway. Quez, meanwhile, lurking back down towards the B stairs, has got to stay alive so he can grab that bomb. Are they going to commit just yet? I think he's still waiting for a CT to give it face. Or they could just rotate to B.
They could, but they will be running into two players on the side of Night Academy. One of them who is positioned pretty deep on stairs. Oh, does, well, get cleared, and all the response from Kier as well is impeccable. And that was a very quick B take. A little bit faster probably than Trick had anticipated, but still works out the same. And Night Academy can't really do much about this at all.
Plant secured, easy pickings for Tricked, and they are backing up towards the A site. They have got someone to worry about there, though. Iceberg, I think, is still lurking over at side alley. So that might be a concern for 9, especially in the last few seconds. The bomb going up. Engagement found against one player.
It's so important for Night Academy to be able to keep these 3 players alive. They're taking a lot of damage.
And there goes Kenny, so that's one rifle dropped. Headshot of the second player seen. Prime now has the info. Looks out towards elevated entrance where Lucy's going to fall. So much time for Oyan to try to stay alive with. Dink down, 31 HP, 8 HP, 0 HP. And yeah, that's not exactly how they wanted that post round to go there for Night Academy. Down to the harsh eco now.
As you mentioned, that forward lurk from Iceberg just sets in motion basically the hunting season from Tricked's end so early on into the round as well. Makes it near impossible for Night Academy to get out of that situation without significant losses. And back to pistols we go. Paxios has invested into a cheeky P250. It's going to be a 3-man tower here, potentially. A lot of CTs. Oh, okay, they might be doubling up, actually. So,
Okay.
2 towers. Kind of a neat way of doing it, again. T's might be ready for at least one of the 2, but probably not expecting both of them to come in at the same time. We'll see, though, if there's any Danes who wander up the dangerous path that is A ramp anytime soon.
It looks like they're leaning towards the B side here with the nades being placed up at the stairs angle, as well as the 2 players that will once again push up towards mid. So it might all rest on Oyan to do anything here for Night Academy. Yeah, Kid's walking into Scaff. I heard a footstep, though. I think he's going to fall away from that and not go towards that B side as a result. But now that Oyan spotted them, the rotations will try come in. They'll try to split their way on towards the A side. Little do they know they're walking into that stack. Kenny end up getting that kill. Iceberg, nice adjustment to the headshot. That bomb will try commit. They've gone undetected on this alley position. Not now. Paxios has been seen, so it's all just Delusti. Similar story again for him. Pops out of the default angle. Quez gets caught off on a surprise, but does end up with the kill in the end. So 13 to the board of Tricks. Night Academy have their guns, and with it being 13-8 now on the board, Night Academy kind of need this next round.
Yeah, they need to start getting a string of rounds, honestly, together to be able to, well, make sure that they have a semblance of an economy at least, so they can have a bit of an oopsie in a later stage of the match. But right now, getting a pretty significant grip on this match. which is to be expected, honestly. Would love to see Nine being able to inch closer to at the very least double figures here. They do have the weaponry and the utility to do so, and I like this proactiveness. Gonna catch Kier as well off guard in ladder, and that's a lot of information to gain.
Yeah, big start for 9 Academy. The T's are trying to work their way back in towards Ali, and Iceberg catches a slight angle onto Oyand. So a frag found at a 4 versus 4. Molotov damage will be heard by the CT side. There's nothing major onto the trick cam. They have full ramp control, and they're going to try and play towards this A site as a result here. Bomb not committing. The smokes, however, will go down. So this has got to be the execution. Larsen's so close. Smoke will cover off the entire gap, and from here it should be a secure bomb plant.
Yeah, I'm curious about the flank here, though. We saw H.o.t actually moving pretty deep into mid early on, and oh, Kenny's actually going to connect through the smoke onto Quez. That's the bomb dropped as well.
I feel like they might have heard that body block, honestly, with the Molotov, so that might have had something to do with it. Iceberg, that plant down behind the boxes themselves, and this, the CT is trying to work some sort of angle with the smokes at the ready. Go back for a harsh retake, a kind of retake set piece, if you will. Flashes also in the hands of Kenny and Co. They wait for the smokes to go down. Iceberg, first port of call on the site itself. That backstab's just closing in right now here. Lusty actually smoked off by his own teammates, it seems. Kenny's working for the trade, but Lusty transfers back and gets a double. A triple overall in the round as 9 claim 9.
That was a cool setup for a retake, honestly. And again, it works in so many ways. Like at one point, you're thinking, okay, they've ruined the flank that that they had going for themselves. That looked to be kind of the lock for the round in many ways, with how the timing, the patience he had initially as well, when he realized he wouldn't be able to catch anyone on the actual ramp and so on. But I guess if you're tricked, obviously, if you see that kind of a smoke wall on the A bomb site, you're not expecting any 9 Academy players to come from behind at that stage.
I honestly thought that was going to walk against the CT favor, honestly, with how little vision he had.
Yeah, no, and it's definitely doesn't feel like that was planned out necessarily.
Yeah.
Those smokes were down there to help the guys coming out from higher and connector, no doubt. But it did work out for 9 Academy, so they have posted a 9th. And the journey towards double figures continues. One-way smoke being dropped by Kenny. And players have started toying around with that. Aggressive move attempted by Paxos. I think if he has an M4 there, it probably results in at the very least 1 kill. Not to be the case this time around, so unfortunate turn of events. See the Axile smoke being put down by Hugo. I think he might have fumbled it a little bit, but it's meant to give it one-way. This Prime just evaporates the yellow player. This is a quick scale from Tricked.
Yeah, very fast outdoors site. No one's there from 9 Academy. They've already backed off and saved the weapons here. They've got the AK, so no need to throw those away. Easy pickings against Paxios and Oyan, so just the frags being found and nothing that they can really do about it. Tricked will gain 14. And we mentioned how that last round needed to be won by 9 Academy. That came with the caveat of them winning the follow-up as well. You said they need many good rounds, and set back on one on this occasion. No money in the savings.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very harsh future for 9 Academy. Do they force around this next round here?
I think they do. Again, as long, well, given that they are able to survive with 3 players, those 3 players are going to be able to forego some utility at the very least to drop off a Moss or an MP9 potentially to their teammates, and work from that point on really. And I think that's the only way you don't want to give Tricks a match point for free.
Yeah.
So I think it's a smart thing that they decided to back out. Unlike Steve Bruce, they know when to step away. But we'll see if it's actually going to pan out. You can see there is some residual cash on a couple of players. 2.3k on Kenny. That can, be an MP9 potentially, or just full utility, seeing how the 2 other players seem to have stepped up to the plate to actually drop. And this is a pretty healthy buy, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they got this much together, honestly. The loss bonus definitely aiding them with the few rounds that they lost prior to their victory. SMG still limiting them, though. AWP lacking on the 9 Academy side. Look at how aggressive they're going to get to try counter it, though. Prime shuts down Kenny for it, takes some damage to return, but gets the man advantage for Tricked.
That, I'm not really sure if that was intentional. It looks like It looked like Kenny accidentally fell down on the sandbags and then just decided to commit to it. Because normally when you see that kind of a move, it would be similar to what Arc does, which you kind of just throw yourself down into the ramp immediately while all the chaos and all the nades are being exchanged. And the mode of hesitation or pause really just made it really difficult.
Walk forward to the AK of Hugo on the CT side. Bomb trying to commit towards default. I think there's a boost in play here for the 9 Academy cab. Forced away by counter utility. Smokes down, flashes over. Smokes will clear, and Paxios and Hugo can get a couple of kills together. Kier able to respond and keep it at a 3 versus 3. Backstab being watched out for now. Iceberg's got to join his teammates because Kier is super low HP. Switching out to the AWP and leaning ahead of the smoke, and Prime is in the midst of that smoke. Utility thrown over. One CT seen, but he's turned his back at the wrong moment. Paxios catches him and looks in for the double against Kier. It's Iceberg that stands alone towards White, gets his frag. Oyan trades it. Has he stalled for enough time? No, he has not. 9 Academy will find double digits.
Damn, it kind of felt like Prime was obviously being a sneaky snake in the grass there inside of the smoke. And I'm not really sure. Obviously, spectator smoke is a bit of a different breed than what the players actually see at times. So I'm curious if you actually spotted the player posted up on the corner before he turned away, or he, I don't know, thought it was an off, figured he was scoped in, thought he could be greedy and get the guy on E-box first. But very chaotic, very quickly there.
Yeah, I mean, that whole position could have won in the round. I think because he lost it, it's probably lost in the round right there. And Tricked off on the back foot to start things off around 25. Kill found again.
Lucy with the aggression and boost.
Yeah, they are going to press forward of that matter. Iceberg getting aggressive out towards the stairs. Gets Hugo with a simple dry face and doubles up towards Lucy. They don't need an execution when you have this guy.
Wow. Not really sure what happened with Lucy there. It seems like he kind of fell asleep or wasn't expecting a peek. Iceberg just with no fear in his heart continues on the path to victory, and there's been some pretty explosive takes of this B-bomb site from Tricked's end. Just a quick first pick, and then there's no stopping them. And this is going to have to be... Well, are they actually going to take the retake?
I think they are. Yeah, they're close. They're going for it. AK out for Iceberg. Gets his double. Quadra overall in the round.
Yeah.
And Oyan's just backed up towards the stairs. Angle was trying to go for a backstab. His teammates acted too quickly. He couldn't get involved. And he won't get involved for this one. We've got to save the weapon again. Economy's going to be wrecked. 15 to 10, map point for Tricked.
Ugh. Yeah, no, I was halfway expecting them to actually just commit to the save in that situation. If you're 9 Academy, obviously not fun to give up map point at any stage of the game, but it felt like that would have been your best course of action. We've seen that they've been able to win buy rounds. Buy versus buy rounds, they've been able to do it. So again, giving yourself the chance to save three weapons, potentially drop one extra off for teammate, and then following round and kind of give it your all from that point on and play for overtime. I don't think it's necessarily a bad choice, even though it does feel kind of awful to have to give Tricked a bit of a cushion to play with. But it's going to be so much harder now. 3 SMGs, 1 Deagle, and an AK, and Iceberg's already deep into mid, and there's nobody around.
Now walk forward for the man, no contention.
Oh.
They all have their eyes set on the main entryways towards the respective sites. You haven't got adjustments from Paxios, for example, who is watching that backstab now. Iceberg, think he's evaded vision. Peeks into him anyway, gets the kill. And now they're that one player back towards Banger. Hugo with the Deagle. Gets away with a decent pick. No more than that, though. Overwhelmed by Iceberg. 4 versus 3. And 9 Academy have got to commit towards this retake here. They've got no choice in the matter. The smokes have gone down to suppress them, though. It's going to be a tough ask.
It truly is. And, oh, I thought it was a flash. Turned away. Still got the frag onto Kier. But supplementary utility used by Tricked here, and time is starting to tick away quite quickly for 9 Academy.
Look at that, quick here. Don't think Oyan saw the player towards quad. Just checking it. Yes, seen him now. Another player charging forward for Lucy. Gets killed off by Prime. Incendiary's down. Kenny drops Oyan with 1 and 2. Almost gets that triple USP pulled out. Molotov on the bomb that secures it. Larson knows exactly what to do, and Oyan's going to drop with the explosion, with the round, and with the map up. 16-10 for Tricked, as 9 Academy lose out on Vertigo.
Yeah. So it does end up with a loss, but honestly, better than expected from Nine Academy in my eyes. Again, coming into this as a completely unknown entity, the fact that they're able to again have a well thought out T side, even though it ends up being 5 rounds, I think that's perfectly workable going into the CT side as well. And we do see them pick up the pistol round and actually have some proactive moves. We saw twice that aggression in towards mid, both times netted them an actual kill. Just seeing them having the forethought to actually do things like that, I think is a good sign, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just to look at the scoreline really to just explain how good that really was from Nine Academy. Like, it was their own map pick, sure, so he did lose out on that respect. But 16-10 against our favorite team in the tournament, that's the key thing, right? We keep talking about that sort of like factor. It's the fact that Tricked, we think are going to win this whole damn thing, but here they are having a bit of a tough time against the likes of Nine Academy. And as well as that, we had some doubts whether they were really going to bring it together on a CT half of things. They had 5 rounds of 10-5 deficit. We thought that was okay. We thought it was pretty good. And then they've gone ahead and done that. A couple of clutch moments as well coming in for them. I honestly thought that clutch was coming through at the last round. I genuinely believe that 1v3 was going to happen.
And then you saw the Molotov, yeah.
Like, that is another key thing as well, right? The fact that Trick were able to get it past the finish line purely down to their experience, right? Purely down to the fact that Lars recognized, I've got to win this round. Molotov secures us the game. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't necessarily think the 9 had that sort of experience behind them.
Yeah, which is, I mean, again, you can't fault them for them. And they're trying to get that experience, through a tournament like this. So obviously they're going to be able to pick up things from what Tricked have done to them to kind of realize where they can improve upon on themselves. But again, yeah, there you see experience paying off in a big way for Tricked. And also the fact that when you do get pressured by a team that you don't know very well, just the fact that you're able to kind of recompose and kind of just take a deep breath and go about your business and still close out the game. That's obviously a sign of quality on the side of Tricked.
Indeed, and a sign of quality right now from the boys over from 9 Academy. The question is, can they convert that quality into their opposing map pick? It's Overpass as picked by the Danes after this short break, so do not go anywhere. We'll see whether 9 Academy can take a surprising map victory after this.
Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I know why it never worked out before. Hello, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah.
And welcome back to the Heroes of Tomorrow here by MistGaming. We have just seen a pretty bit of a map up to open up this series here. Tricked 9 Academy, going the distance at 16-10, but ultimately it was Tricked, the overall favourites in this matchup, coming up as the good favourites and the good victors in map number 1. It is their own map pick coming up in map number 2 as well.
Yeah.
And that's not as encouraging for 9 Academy, considering that they wanted to play Vertigo. It was a risk playing Vertigo, but they did pretty well, honestly. Like, this team, they really rocks it. I'm a big fan of what they're doing right now, and I'm excited to see where the development goes from here.
And now we got their actual names as well. Because
You were saying they were quite Danish.
They were quite Danish. This is much more Swedish. Sandblom and Johansson. Like that's more like it. So it makes more sense in my head now as well. As we get a bit of a reintroduction to the 9 Academy team. And they definitely made an introduction on the server as well, which is good to see. I think even though they do end up going down on their own map, 16-10, had solid ideas, had initiative, and dared to actually do stuff that they had planned out for themselves, which is a big part of it. Instead of just being a bit of a passive, it's a standby kind of a approach to where you're just like, okay, we've set up in the most basic of positions we possibly can, and now let Trick execute onto us, and we'll see what happens. That's rarely going to net you success, especially if you're thinking pound for pound. I think it's fair to say that Trick are probably the better players. So yeah, like try to be a little bit creative in your approach of how you actually do things to kind of catch Tricked off guard.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot of that over the course of that first map, and in the second one as well. Like, obviously, Vertigo is such a great map for Tricked already, so you can understand an angle in which they were able to win it. Overpass, lesser so. It's like got only a handful of times played, and only a number of good results on them. A lot of their wins have been overtimes, actually, which is never really an encouraging sign to say that it's a very strong map. It's usually one of those things like, well, you're better than most on it, but you're not like a strong map. So I don't see it as being an outside chance really that 9 can make this one close again. I think it's very on the table today.
To be fair, if they've put the same kind of amount of work into overpasses they have with Vertigo in terms of like having an idea of how they want to play the actual map, especially on their CT side. Yeah, there's definite opportunity for Trick to kind of get stuck. Again, you could be at any caliber in Counter-Strike and still get stuck on overpass T side. It is a bit of a cruel mistress in that sense. Sometimes you do get everything going for you. You win pistol, you win first buy round. Now you're sitting at 5, feeling great about life. And it doesn't really matter if it ends up being like a 9-6 half. That's still a great result as a T side. But you can also have those where you lose pistol, you lose first buy round. Things are starting to get out of hand, and you end up with 4-3 rounds, and you have to fight back on the CT side, which is not an impossible task by any means, but it does feel like a bit of an uphill battle, and then it happens more than well, it feels like more often than not on a map like Overpass. So it's going to be interesting to see because there's a lot of stuff you can do on Overpass. Again, we've gone through many different metas on the map over the course of the years. Like if you go back to the old Dignitas lineups with the Danes, right, with Magisk and Config and so on, they were notorious for being just that relentless, aggressive duo on that A bomb site that never let the T's actually move up into playground, up towards fountain, and that kind of stuff. That's kind of faded away. Now you're seeing more, the classic one opper, one rifler towards the A setup, and they kind of go off of that and play more segmented. So you'll have one initial peak, move a little bit further back towards restrooms, and then a little bit further back once you get the next peak, and so on until you get back to the site. But there is a lot of variety potential at the very least. And you can do fun things like do quick boosts in underpass to catch people coming through short tunnels, to kind of mess with the T's and have those kind of, I guess, shock and awe type of setups and moves to get a bit of an edge. So it's going to be interesting to see if they have it. We just see double towers on Vertigo and Indigo, which I haven't seen. I've seen obviously both of the towers individually, but at the same time, not so much. So I'm curious. I'm excited to see what they have to offer.
Plenty of boost potential overpass as well, as we've learned down the years. We'll
quite
see whether or not that comes out from 9 Academy. They start things off on the CT side. It's Quez that draws first blood. Hugo caught off on short, opening up the doorway over a connected. Oyan with a decent kill towards Quez's position. Kier with a responsive, and Kenny gets him right back. 3-on-3 situation. Bomb plant will be secured from here, and Tricks will be up against the retaking side of 9 Academy. All three making their way in from Monster at this stage. A nice view of that particular position at this moment. They've got one player at Toxic Barrels that will try and organise against it. I believe that's Larson, keeping his head tucked away, looking in for one decent CT as they spread out towards the site. Kenny with a kill, and does get Larson in the end. Iceberg and Prime now backed up to the back lines. A kill on towards Iceberg, leaving Prime standing alone. They've got to get onto that defuse though, and they don't even need the pressure of the kit itself. With Prime going falling, it's a pretty decent retake here for Night Academy.
Yeah. Cool pistol round from Protect as well. I think that's basically they've lifted that off of VP, or Outsiders as they're now known. I know because I yoinked that myself. So when we played, we're in coach Dignitas. So very cool pistol round from Trick. But again, great response from Nine Academy. Solidly done. I think all falls, or standard falls pretty much with the result that Larson gets from his Toxic Barrels position there. Like if he's able to find the frag, then it becomes a constant problem for the CTs retaking. Not to be the case, but this is the start I guess we would kind of want out of the match to know that we can have something to play off of. Night Academy just getting that early start. So even trades. Yet again, it's a force buy on the side of Tricked. Not too surprisingly, given the fact that they got the bomb plant down. The trade is in at the very least for Swedes.
Okay, walking up, sees two. Again, that quick peek forward out of connector. Walking well for Trick this time. Only a 1-for-1 though, and a 2-for-2 overall in the trades. So
No.
even man standing remains here. At that point, you're looking at HP and weapon advantages. I guess the weapon advantage kind of favours Trick to this moment. They've got like a little back in on Larson, but he's extremely low, as is Hugo.
Yeah,
It's a very balanced situation. No real definitive favourite here.
would have loved to see the scout actually getting into the hands of Hugo here. A little bit more room to run around and be crazy if you're at 100 HP. Pax is just going to get a ton of information off of this.
Two sets of footsteps heard. Capitalize against the bomb carrier. Almost catches the next man as well. Quez caught off by a nade. Larson peaks and does lose his life as Hugo's second nade will get Quez the drop. And that's the 2-0 start for Nine Academy. Well placed there.
Yeah, and then again, good intuition from Baxter's as well. Realizes that, I guess, the fight for the second player who managed to jump towards Optimus, that battle is lost kind of, and immediately readjusts, expecting a player to come out of long. Finds that pick in the second round from Nine Academy instead of what was potentially a pretty disastrous round economically speaking. Manages to survive with 3. Feeling pretty good about that, and now got the scout back in Lucy's hands. Oh, did they actually spot them? They'll definitely hear them.
Overwhelming on the force here for the 2-for-1 trade. For 2 trade, actually, as Lucy will eventually lose his life. As an SMG and a scout can get played in for Trick. They actually don't even want back here. No, I'll stick with the Deagle. Because that's a little bit more potential in terms of the firepower, in terms of the spam potential.
Yeah.
Have gained the B site and they will get that plant down as Nine Academy trying to adjust against the Trick players out in the mid and connect to controls. Losing a lot of HP towards Kenny. Got to dive out of dodge. He probably loses the last one. Indeed he does. Hugo struggles against Quez. Now it's an M4 to hold off against them. A 1 versus 2 for Larson. Smokes up, trying to buy some cover. Does see the bomb on that. Nice nade. Catches both players. Hugo in particular on 7 HP. Larson taking his time on the defuse kit is where they'll stick it. Oh, and he gets the kill in at the right moment. Holds down the round for Tricked.
Damn, okay. A little bit of unfortunate gunfights really for Nine Academy there. Definitely some duels they should have won out on without taking all that much damage. But Tricked are going to feel good about that. And a little bit of a worrying tendency, I'd say, from the side of Nine Academy, the fact that they left the B bomb site so vacant that a single Trick player actually could just walk up onto the side and get a bomb plant. That's definitely caught the Swedes off guard. So a bit of a hitch to the CT side of Nine Academy. But we move on. Reinvestment on their end as well. They want to fight back immediately. Pop flash for short. Not gonna amount to anything just yet, as Quez is being pretty conservative about how he moves forward into short water until he actually gets back up. And, well, speaking of, re-aggression coming in from Night Academy.
Quez able to respond, however, to Tricked. Kenny has got to get that trait frag, and indeed he does. So an AK now for Nine to play with. Potentially 2 if they can find Kier the same.
And Larson's sticking.
Ready for the kill, but Iceberg catches him off anyway. Kenny's dipping into the ball though. Up towards top, Con gets last in the drop. So 2v2 scenario. Nine have made this very doable here.
Absolutely so. We do have one player rotated over towards the right area. H.o.t has been made aware that the T's have made it all the way up towards the bomb site. It has been planted for bank. We'll see. Does Iceberg realize where the second suite is? Oh. Waiting around, grouping up before they actually attempt for the retake. Oh, okay. A little bit of unfortunate run of affairs for Kenny, but quick trade there. So still a chance. No diffuse kit in his hands as of right now, though.
He's got Jekyll corners though. Prime. Yeah, he's won this way too far ticked and gets the spray together as he heard that utility thrown over. So well placed, well patiently played from him. 9 Academy forcing that issue and not really getting much out of that particular round.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if you want to be very rose-tinted about it, you could be like, oh, great, you know, they managed to get it down to one player alive on the side of Trick, but then the result is you did kind of just bet the entire bank on that going in your favor and actually winning the round, so you're not likely to get too much out of the fact that you managed to down 4 Trick players in the previous round, because now you're going up with USPs only. We'll see, though. Could happen. We did see a couple of rounds where USPs proved to be pretty efficient. Well, this might be one of them.
Oh, okay. Not quite. It did look like it was going to be one of those, though. Larson and Quez maintain control, get back position, and lose 2 players over on the Trick side. I mean, that's all right when you combine it with the fact that the 4 that dropped in the previous round. So the economy is still going to be a worrying point for Trick going forward, especially as 9 have the gun by here. I don't think this will be the round where they can reset them. You can see the AWP for Larson still on 2,600. Iceberg is the next big concern. $3,000 on Quez, 4,700 for Kier.
Yeah.
So it's not the best economy, but it's also not the worst.
No, they should be able to rebuy even if they were to lose this round, and obviously they would have the benefit of potentially getting down a bomb plant as well to bolster themselves up. This is where like the one additional frag would have been fantastic for 9 if they were able to down 3 in that USP round. Not to be the case. So instead, it's going to be the hard road for the CT side here. And 3 players set up towards the A bomb site, 2 towards long, 1 inside of long site restrooms. And a bit of a passive setup here on the side of B. All playing down from in the water pits. Kenny all the way back towards graffiti. Really, the job for the 2 players here on the B bomb side is being able to take initial contact and then survive. If you could get 1 player, then that'd be great. That's a very, very hopeful attempt from Quez.
He got the tag though, so
Yeah.
like it wasn't that silly.
That far off.
Yeah, I mean, in theory it's silly, but in terms of what he got out of it, like that headshot could have potentially landed. Hugo nailed it down at 37 as well. Eventually, there to the hands of Prime. Kenny back over for a jungle, forced into a corner, but still getting impact for it. 2 for 1. Iceberg makes it a 2 for 2 overall. A 3 versus 3 now. Make that 2 as Kenny drops, and once again, Trick to have control of B.
Iceberg has an uncanny ability to be able to make it a little bit further in towards the site than the CTs are expecting. We saw it on Vertigo on multiple occasions too. That's going to be quite the harsh punishment for 9 Academy. Kenny does a great job, obviously, honestly. Being able to pick up 2, that's more than you probably could have expected from his position. But Trick just being a little bit too strong on their B take. Obviously not the ideal setup initially from 9 Academy to deal with that. That's also going to be a little bit interesting to keep an eye on, really. Overpass, very much a map that just leans one way when it comes to the most proficient overpass teams. You'll see like something like 70+% of rounds ending up at B. Just an easier site to take it, easier to gain ground towards that area of the map. You don't necessarily stand the risk of getting picked off as you move up to gain map control towards A. So you have the Eastern European approach, which is literally just like forgo map control entirely and just bomb rush the B-bomb sites for about 12 rounds out of the half, and then end up with, you know, 5, 6, 7 rounds, which is honestly a great result. Let's see if
just
there's
charging up straight, holding W and not letting go. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a pretty good result. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it works, right? We'll see if there's a little bit of a different approach from the Trick side here, though. Already proved to be efficient twice towards the B bomb site. Might want to be able to do it towards A as well. not necessarily make it too easy for Nine Academy to understand what's going on.
Well, they definitely have a good grasp of what's going on here. So look at Paxios up on that mini-map. He's already
Ooh.
extended up towards T-Con, and he's going to continue extending around a backstab. No info towards that B side, but I think Nine are going to start to recognize this, especially as Paxios gets Quez. They will start a slow rotate back up from Graffiti with utility being thrown down now by the Tricked side. So flashes forward for Paxios as he tries to get to position.
Oh, this is going to be so awkward for Trick.
Yeah. Molotov's been set up by the man as well. Going to try get his team into the side, but bracketed in on all fronts. Maybe try and escape through the bathrooms. They can try and avoid that long control. It's Kier.
Shadow.
First man in, sees the shadow, sees Kenny's head and takes it off his shoulders. Looks for another one, but Lusty has that USP coming and doing some serious damage for it. Oyan there to trade back on Iceberg. So 2 versus 2 now. Paxios comes in for mid and leaves it all on Prime. Now for the Trick side. Up against the double. Gets his kill back. His double in the round on for the triple kill for the clutch. That bomb plant up towards Bank. Flash also going over in the midst of the smoke. He'll move. Will he make his way around though? Paxios just outside of his periphery. Looks back into next to Flick and all. A triple for him instead as he secures 3 for Nine Academy.
Damn, what a round. And yeah, as you said, it's that aggressive move through underpass, up the ladder, catching the back of the first Trick player. That sets in motion the rotation as well. And they do a really good job of being able to actually delay that long push. Wasn't a lot invested on the side of Nine Academy, but they had the smoke. They had like pretty much what they needed to be able to hold them back, flash them, buy time, and it's barely enough. Not really sure what happened towards the end. Who was it who got all those multiple dinks towards the Bank players?
I think it was Lusty, because you can see on
With
the
the
kill
USP,
feed he had a
yeah.
USP, so we just tapping and tapping and tapping.
Yeah, so a bit of an unsung hero. Doesn't get a single kill, but definitely softens up the Trick players. Missed opportunity there with the opt. So, well, Lucy was more than precise with the USP. Not going to have the same kind of accuracy on the opt to start off the round, but we do have 3 players, oh no, 4 players, I should say, over towards that B-bomb side. Again, wanting to be aggressive in the early stages towards short. I like this. Being able to establish short control can be very, very significant. Allows you to have bit of a, I guess, insight to what's going on towards underpass. Obviously gives you control of one of the 2 entry points towards B, but can also give you a quick rotational path and also allow you to potentially have a bit of a cheat rotation over towards A by having 1 player stay put, or 1 less player stay put over towards B.
Contact being established by Nine Academy, being a bit more careful about their standards here. Tricked. Slowly forming up. Another backstab inbound from Hugo as well. So, not quite as quick to the trigger as what Paxios was able to do on his backstab. He will be able to bracket them in. He has info as well that no one is on their way to the B side. Unless they go through Connector, which is covered off by Paxios, I believe. Prime and Kier get those kills on Lusty, and Paxios and Oyan also falls to what could have been the most powerful backstab in this round, is being removed by the fact that Hugo is one of 2 players left standing. Now 1 man in Kenny, a 1 versus 5 for him, who's Tricked. Deal with that situation perfectly.
That's a pretty wild outcome, honestly. At the very best, I thought Trick would be in a position where they would have to really scrap to be able to get up on the site and actually win out this round. Instead, looks to be pretty damn flawless. Given all the information that Nine Academy had, you'd expect them to do a little bit more with the positions they had, and yeah, as you mentioned, that lurk potentially coming in and playing a massive part, but instead it's just a bit of a wash of a round. And I am curious if Trick have borrowed VP's playbook. So far we're seeing a lot of long focus, which is a very like VP specific trait. Normally you'd not see many teams actually move towards A. In general, you'd have Vitality, but they would do it more as a group towards Restrooms, Heroic as well, who base their default off of getting Playground Fountain Control and then scaling, or basically using the underpass as the rotational path before they end up towards B. But VP are kind of unique in that sense. They have busters pretty much hard committed to never going anywhere but the A bomb site, and oftentimes they have their executes towards the site through long. But obviously VP, a very, very good overpass team, so you can't really fault people for borrowing a couple ideas here and there from them.
It's funny, we were just talking about how the best ideas from this, when it comes to meta development, would always be from the tier 2 scenes. Now
Yeah.
we're talking about the idea that Tricked instead would try their hand at stealing away from VP's playbook. So maybe there would be some variations on strategies here and there as we continue to watch out this one, and maybe even throughout the rest of this tournament. As of right now, whatever they're doing, it's kind of working against 9 Academy. Even in that last round, it looks so confident. Another aggressive play coming in from one player out towards long,
Oh,
though.
are they
2
gonna
players
clear
in a
this?
park could end up getting caught off guard indeed. Prime falls to Paxios, but Iceberg deals with it again.
Yeah. Axios might have had the opportunity to potentially let the first player kind of pass by, but obviously that does carry a pretty significant risk as well. Double jail setup. I think it'd be good for one. That's not going to cut it really in this scenario. Still one man alive. He is spotted by barrels, though. This is going to be tough.
Oh, but Deagle's shot turns onto Iceberg, though. 1-on-1, he's forced to trade back on Oyan. Lose T with the incendiary on the site. Plays well enough, but doesn't get the frag. Iceberg ends with a triple and ends up finding 6 for Tricked.
Iceberg, been a bit of a hero for Tricked here. We saw him over on Vertigo, being able to open up both mid and B site on multiple occasions. Also, I think topping the charts as well in terms of just pure fragging. But yeah, no, that definitely got scary. I feel like 9 are putting up a solid effort here
Yeah.
from very pressured situations, honestly.
No, 100%. They are doing some serious work. We talked about the idea of them doing well over on that Vertigo, and the idea that this is a map of Tricked is not 100% there for them. So this is where 9 can sort of try to take control. This is where they could really prove that they are a capable team overall, rather than just a flash in the pan having that one good map that they picked here.
Yeah.
Even so far as forcing a tactical out from Tricked, which honestly, I don't think I expected to see that in this series, even though I did give 9 the benefit of the doubt. I looked at this thinking that Tricked should play with the utmost confidence. It feels like they're a little bit shook here.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of these rounds are getting a little bit more hectic than they would like to. Again, they open that round getting a 1-for-1 trade, playing 4v4. Should be a pretty significant advantage for T side. But it still ends up being a pretty awkward 1v1 that Iceberg needs to clutch out. So yeah, maybe they're stalking things through, being a little bit, or giving themselves some space to breathe, because 9 have definitely done their part to make sure that it's not a comfortable situation to find themselves in. But this should be a little bit easier going. I say that with bated breath, of course, because we've seen things go wrong.
Do damage
Yeah.
and dink away at certain T-side players earlier, so...
Now we've got 5-7s and Deagles.
Kier watching out with the AK, struggling to get the tap towards Hugo. Eventually does do so, so that's a decent start towards the other pass to connect to control area. Trick to start leaning in. Flash now towards short in the short pipe. Iceberg and Quez forced to trade back on Luzty and Kenny. Could have been very awkward for them in this exchange, but fortunately Trick to just won the individual duels against the Pistols, keeping all 5 players alive and resting no risk on 9 Academy. 7-3 to the T-board.
You could tell the Trick players are sharp.
Yeah.
They really, really are. And, yeah. Whereas, I guess, how optimistic we've been about the effort that's been put in by 9 Academy to this point. Result-wise, it is starting to run a little bit away from them. It is, without a doubt, a CT-favored map. So, we'll have to get going quite quickly here. 8-7, still not going to be ideal, but obviously, it's going to be the best possible outcome for them at this stage. So we'll see if they have some of the margins going their way. You see a bit of a contact play potentially coming up from Tricked here. Okay, it's going to simmer down instead. Instead, it just turns into a pretty standard B default. And then once again, it is 3 players set up over towards A from the side of 9 Academy. So a lot of it is going to come down to Kenny and his buddy on the site. Here you go. All right. Does manage to find 2, actually.
It's going for the triple here. I mean, Paxios has fallen, but Kenny's also involved with this one. This was the backside. Gets Kier. Okay, 4 versus 2. And that one mistake that Trick made might have cost him the round right here. They're suppressed behind the smokes. No more access to the site as Larson also drops. And Quez has got an ace clutch this. Gets his double, but no more than that. Kenny with the triple. Hugo, however, gets Savior and MVP of the round for me. His patient play to find 2. Tricked left him untracked, and that was the big mistake that they made.
Yeah, for a moment there I was thinking, okay, Hugo's able to catch the guy dropping into water. That's going to be the best case scenario. And then you're terrified of the player sneaking up towards the graffiti position from the side of Tricked, right? You're expecting a similar outcome to what we saw with Iceberg the last time they tried their hands on B. But yeah, Hugo, some well-timed shots, well-placed as well. To net 9 Academy a much-needed 4th round. Let's see if they can build off of this. They do have an op on the side of Lusty. You have a bit of a different default setup from Tricked as well this time. Added man in underpass. Oh, the double setup. Only one actually announcing his presence early on as well.
Who's announcing his presence with 2 kills out of Connector, dropping that bomb, and Larson. Iceberg looking to try and deny the triple, and that particular player catches the shoulder and catches the trade. Took a lot of damage for it though, so it wasn't that easy for Tricked here. 9 Academy in control, and they've still got those 2 players on the B side to defend against. Prime being behind the likes of Quays, does get that trade together, the drive-by shot, just blind firing and spraying away. Paxios gets Iceberg next, low HP, so an easy frag. Finds Hugo, peeks up from ramp, drops the bomb for a second time, a second kill for him. And 9 Academy finding 5, I mean, again, Rick looking rocked so far, and 9 are exploiting that in whole.
Absolutely, and that economy that was built up on the side of Trick, that's starting to wane. Not going to be able to get an op in anyone's hands on this occasion, so going to have to fully rely on AKs and Galils from the looks of it. So again, definitely an opportunity here for 9 to get 2 quick rounds on the board if they were to win this one. Molotov out towards playground.
Smokes gets set in as Prime walks forward to the Mac 10. Hoping there's someone on the short control, but nobody really is here.
So B default from Tricked's end. Again, they've kind of feigned pressure over towards A by extinguishing that initial Molotov. And then foregoing map control. We'll see how much... Oh, the aggression from short. Well, decently timed. Not exactly where they expected to have a confrontation, but it still works out this, in a positive manner for the CTs, at least initially. Here, that's a solid readjustment. Mid-site smoked off as well, and that's going to lend them a safe plant.
3v3 situation though. 9 still have a decent chance to turn it around here. Galil's up on Quez and Larson. Smokes continue to come in to suppress that little gap on the site itself. I have any entryways from heaven. Oyant. Oh, through the smoke, catches Larson, heard that tag as well. Backstab also inbound from another CT. Kier can't cover it. Quez is in trouble. Kier's got to rotate around right about now because Quez is a dead man. And a 1v3 with the all-parade strike. Lusty deals with him. And Tricked, well, won't be able to do much on that one. It will be a 6th round for 9 Academy. And a pretty sick retake, all things considered.
Honestly, yeah. Again, something about the composure that they have as well. They're taking their time. Obviously, Ocean, you could say he gets a little bit lucky by actually making some connections through the smoke. But again, it's a calculated thing from there. They know their angles obviously on the side and where to kind of roughly aim as they fire off bullets. But again, giving time for the backstab to actually come into play, then playing it off together as well, making sure that they always have somebody nearby to potentially trade as they gradually get their hands back on that bomb site. This is a trick that's, yeah, half bought in with Tech 9s. A little too much with your utility here, Kenny.
There's kills coming in from Prime and Icebergs. They actually do manage to get a decent amount of damage. A 3 versus 2, actually, as Kenny falls. But Oyan just allowed all sorts of control out of heaven. 3 kills for him in the round, looking for the quadra, maybe even the ace. His teammates backed up towards Connector. He lands a headshot as well. Where's the 5th, though? No idea where Iceberg is at. He's at low HP, though, on this T-side line.
Oh, give him the first ace.
Yeah, come on. Smoke up onto the heaven position. We'll try to block it off in that position. You can see that now rotations from Lose T is going to hear that bomb going down. The AWP being a bit tentative at the peak, though. Does see him and does deny, so no ace.
No ace, but a
it
secured round.
It really should have been with the way that Oyan was able to deal with the fast pacing of the T side. But not to be on this occasion. 7-all to the board going into round 15, where both sides have a bye.
So it has turned into a pretty respectable half from 9 Academy now. They're getting a little bit more of a reward from their efforts. It's not just close but no cigar, but 3 rounds in a row. Well, actually 4, if I'm not mistaken. So it could close out this half with good amount of momentum, honestly. Should be nice to have. Obviously, starting on a pretty difficult T side. Let's see here. Okay, not gonna extinguish it. Let's take a little bit of damage, but might catch some CTs off guard here. Definitely does. Lucy not aware of the fact that Iceberg could be that far forward. And here we go. Tricked, just moving out on all kinds of angles on the map. Still, though, response is being given from 9 Academy.
3-on-3 situation found by them as a result. Trick not allowed all that easiness. Look at the minimap again, though. The third backstab happening out towards this mid-control. And Paxios cleans up. That should be round right here. Quez has the bomb on his back at the very least, but a 1 versus 3 situation. And once again, 9 Academy making full use of their toolkit. And they've used one tool in particular a number of times to great effect.
Yeah, Paxios has been a bit of a journeyman. He's been all over the map.
Yeah.
Aggro through underpass, aggro at long, and yeah, just finding his space. But again, I really like seeing it, again, from a team that we didn't really know what to expect of. Might be, I guess, more expecting a bit of a timid approach, but there's been nothing timid about what 9 have done on their CT side. Not afraid to take command.
There it is.
Yeah, tops it off nicely with a 4th kill. Paxios there, ending the half at 15-8, leading the charge for the Swedes. But everybody contributing from start to finish. It feels like on the side of 9 Academy, everybody having their felt contribution on that first half and being able to close that out with 5 rounds in a row. Definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, again, I'm a big fan of what 9 Academy are doing right now. It looks so proficient. It looks so effective. I think that they've got a real good chance of doing something in this half. And considering it was also 8-7 off the back of a really dominating start from Tricked as well, I'm going to give him a slight outside chance of taking this map, honestly.
Yeah.
It is a very bold prediction, I would admit, because we have still got to see Tricked on the CT half.
True.
But I don't think it's that out of the realm of possibility. I think a lot of people, us included, were coming into this one saying, look, Tricked have probably got this in 2-0 fashion. We'll give him a bit of the benefit of the doubt because we don't know who 9 Academy are fully. This is a hell of a first impression to leave, though.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I was expecting more of a similar result to what we saw in the first matchup, right? Like that's kind of what I was bracing myself for. So yeah, no, I've just been positively surprised from start to finish from what we're seeing out of 9 Academy. I'm kind of hoping that they can continue that on into what I know could be a potentially very challenging T side. But fingers crossed.
All sorts of fingers crossed for us and for the 9 Academy side, especially 8-7 up for the T side now as they move towards that second half. The defuse kit in on Iceberg, a smoke down for him on the pistol basis. He's ready to use that immediately to block off any vision onto the B site. There's no B execution for 9. They're out towards mid on 2 players with the 2 players of Lucy and Oyans in the park position. Got 9 also downstairs and underpass up towards connector where there is one CT able to try and contest against it. He's got to deal with all players, it seems, though.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his hands, at least in the near future. See how efficient he's going to be about it. Yeah, I guess makes the sensible choice to just back out. Hopefully he gets some form of rotation in, but it's actually not looking very likely here on the side of Trick. They're still staying put towards B, but here apparently one-man army on that A-bomb site.
Oh my god, he's got a triple. And a quadra! Surely not the ace right here, he's run out of ammo! Paxios trades it and doubles up of his own for 5 HP. And that bomb being dropped on the site means that the rest of Trick can just storm it, claim the even standing and the pistol round to start the half.
I can't really ask much more out of Kira, can you? Soul Man on that A-bomb site still takes down 4 players, and we're getting teased with the potential of an ace here.
Yeah, like this is the second time in this map.
Yeah, they're getting dangerously close to it, and honestly, with that effort Kier puts in, I would have happily granted it to him if I had the power. Just two bullets extra on that USP, and it probably would have gotten the job done. But a fantastic start for Kier and a fantastic start for Tricked going into the second half, and ooh, yeah, that's a hefty amount of utility damage taken from the side of 9 Academy early on here. It hurts running through utility, especially when you haven't invested much at all. You see 2 flashes on the side of Paxios. That's going to be for the backside of Balloons, but sadly no Danish players to be found there. Instead, Larson, well, what was looking like a bit of a shooting gallery, instead it's going to be the prime who's the main beneficiary of that. 3 frags to his name, and Tricked with a pretty respectable round there at first anti-eco.
Yeah, 9 Academy now up to the guns right here. Of course, they did just take that as a pretty harsh anti-eco as well. Nothing major coming in from them. So up to the AKs they will go. SMGs on Iceberg and Quez for Tricks. To play this a bit more bonus round for them. The casualty on Larson, of course, getting dropped to weapon by Prime. So they're a little bit lopsided on the economy state overall. In general, not a mass amount of cash on their float value. So 9 Academy have plenty of potential if they can win this round here. But again, that nade placement so well onto Oyant. Bomb on Paxios' position will try to join his teammate up in the mid control. 4 players out here in Park and at the mid position in general. Move that bomb back at T-Con so that way Hugo can pick it up if necessary. 9 Academy slowly taking their positions up in the default here.
Yeah, the scary part about moving towards A is if you don't have full utility, you know you can't use a whole lot of it, and well, like a burst out of nothing, Trick decides to get on the aggressive towards the B bomb side, and that's a lot of map control to have lost when you haven't made it past Playground yet on the side of 9 Academy, so they speed up things a little bit, make it a little bit safer now. Actually gonna find Larson unsuspecting. Actually hear 2 nades being fired off in the distance as well towards long, so they know there's 2 more to be found here over towards A. We'll see if that actually changes their approach to things, or if they're actually just going to fully commit to it.
They're going to have to rotate, then they're going to have to do a Quez here, which might be a bit of a concern if they want to commit to that. That bomb is on its way, actually, so yeah, they all have to go straight through him. AKVAK, and Lunacy wins the fight. Now Flash is going over as they have a pretty open bomb site. Tricked hard stacked on that A play, and they're going to lose the first responder up at Heaven. Kier to drop. Iceberg and Prime, last 2 players remaining. Lunacy going to try lean forward to this. I don't even know if they go for this. It might be better worth the save.
Yeah. Speaking of the first half about how Tricked looked like they had their aim set pretty solidly, can't really fault 9 Academy for what they're showing us as well there. That's 2 instances of well-placed shots. First from Lucy there, and then obviously from Ushand onto the player coming in from higher. Just immediately seals the round. And again, it's well thought out. They don't just immediately abandon the idea of, or like selling the idea of going A. Too tricked either. You can see they put down the lurk smoke on top of the stairs right before they leave, so for Tricked Academy, they don't really have a good idea of whether or not they're actually committing to this or not, if it's a slow lurk, etc. And the quick change of pace and change of direction nets 9 a pretty solid and convincing round.
And 9 all to the board for 9 Academy.
Well,
All the 9s today.
all the 9s.
Is there anyone on 9 frags? Yeah, Larson's on 9 frags. There you go.
He's a man of content.
Hugo is on 9 frags as well, so a lot of 9s.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's contributing to the fun. We'll see what's in store here as we have another buy round coming out. Oh, that's some massive utility damage being taken this early at the very least, but a pop flash is going to come in from Prime. Shots being fired, but I don't think they know about Lucy's position,
Yeah.
and yeah, we get confirmation on that.
He's like, I don't think they know, as he just dry walks out into Larson, who doesn't do any damage whatsoever. Yeah, they definitely weren't ready for him at all.
And actually one... Ooh, you go. Okay, yeah, decides to not fully engage and commit to that fight. Might be for the better as well, considering it was down to 21 HP before he actually started to react to it. But a cool detail here that I saw as okay, nice trade again from Lucy. One little detail though, as they were scaling up there, is the fact that they do actually know how to Molotov off the backside of Fallen, which is like the big pillar here that we're seeing up by balloons, which is very often just a spot that tier 2 teams forget about, or they don't know the exact like the accurate Molotov that actually catches the entire area, which does allow for CTs to get into awkward positions and basically like ruin an entire round just off of a double kill there. So yeah, definitely well versed, and we'll see more util coming out here as they plan to conclude the round towards B. Oof.
Lovely mode out for Kier, making it a triple as well. Paxios doubles up of his own. 1 versus 1 actually. It's not over.
Sweet's
15
not firing back.
seconds. He can grab the bomb, get it planted open for short though, and that's where Iceberg is going to strike. Paxios didn't really have the time to try and hunt around for the player as well, so had to commit to that plant. 10 to 9 to the board. Tricked are going to regain the lead.
They are, but it's an expensive affair for them. So We'll see. Or Nine Academy get tempt faith by fully investing into Tech 9s and a lot of utility potentially set up for, you know, a BXX, something of that nature. Or they could be a little bit more reserved in their approach, and that seems to be the case as well. I guess feel confident enough in their T side to not necessarily have to break the economy of Tricked immediately, which is potentially positive.
Scout
Damn.
shot connecting damage, so it's a decent start for Nine Academy.
Absolutely. He's going to have one of the CTs on the run for the time being, and you can see already 3 players from Tricked over towards A, at least for the time being. Here drops back into spawn to throw down a new monster smoke. And as it stands, no real indication of where Nine Academy wants to go. Bomb in the middle of both flanks of his team. Might be a full Delta split. Attack all 5 angles at the same time.
We have fun, interesting strategy. We talk about how Overpass is always evolving, so that would be a fun meta.
Yeah, I guess that is a little bit misleading on my end, because I say it has evolved and it is evolving a fair bit to the point where we've had a lot of variety, but T-side Overpass is probably the most bland thing in pro Counter-Strike these days, at least in the top tier scenes, to the point where I have grown a pretty significant distaste for the map. But again, new teams have new ideas, but nothing new about the garbage can position being effective for CTs.
Nothing new about an anti-eco going well or worse than that. So
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's a few of the things that kind of left us in 2015s with, I guess, the roided version of the ZZs and Envious kind of just running trains on teams and after losing pistols time and time again.
yeah, see that go?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not a period of time that I'm longing for.
No, neither am I. 11-9 to the board. Drict currently still leading by 2, but again, 9 have the guns back, so the AKs will do all that they can here. We've got the SMG on Quez still being a limiting factor for Tricked.
Yeah.
Smoke set, flashes over, just jump facing, and very little seen of the early defaults. They have been more prodding defaults than really contact plays or set piece executions. So they'll wait. They'll get nothing for now.
Yeah. We did see that back already on Vertigo, the fact that 9 are perfectly fine with taking their time about approaching a round. Not scared to necessarily change their approach and direction of where they're going, and I think this is a sign of a team that's interested in actually progressing and becoming better. They're not necessarily just like banging their heads into a brick wall because that's what they decided in T-spawn. So good signs, and we can also see that this has potential to be a pretty significant swing round for both teams, honestly, just given their economic state. Oh, yeah,
Lovely
he's had
shot.
some really nasty shots.
It was really nasty shots for the Trick side for Nine Academy. It's all hunky-dory for them. They are loving that.
Part of the plan.
Yeah. A hell of a jump, hell of a shot, a hell of accuracy, and the timing as well to consider that. I mean,
Yeah.
he might have heard a footstep on the jump face. He might be knowing that he's coming on he's coming for him, and he might know that he's on that sandbag's position.
Still need to be quick about
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Like, you never really know when that jump is truly coming in.
And
And
it's
now with that kill, a heavy stack comes in towards that beast.
Yeah.
Like, only one player to stand and defend, stand and deliver for Larson. He gets 1 kill, but Kenny's quick to respond towards it. So 4 versus 3, and you can see how Tricked are going to back off. They'll leave 1 player back over at Dumpster. Even he starts the rotation away. So exit frag's the best for Quaze. He's very far out of position though, so this will be 10 for 9 Academy.
Yeah, I think reality caught up to him. It's just like a little bit of like a brain lag situation where he's like, wait, I can't do this.
Not with an SMG.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of the hand they're dealt with here in Tricked. If they would have gone for it, it would have been a situation similar to what we saw how Vertigo kind of peter out, right? The attempted 3v4 retake on the side of 9 Academy towards B, lose all their weapons, and all of a sudden you don't really have too much of a leg to stand on. And Tricked get a control of the game. If Tricked were to actually commit to that retake, very easy for, or very likely situation for 9 Academy to potentially get up to 11-11, and from there on out, you're never. It's going to be really tough, simply put, to get your balance sorted out and your economy sorted for Tricked from that point on. You're always going to live on a knife's edge. So it's a smart decision for 9 Academy. They're going to feel really good about how that panned out. what did he
Still have a
miss?
slightly limited buy for Tricked on this one. 9 Academy have their guns, as you would expect, going initially in towards that monster control. Quez, hoping he can lean forward to look into that monster position, but there's so many smokes in the way to concede it. Meanwhile, aggression coming in towards that part position. Now Tricked are starting to take playbooks out of the 9 Academy book.
Yeah.
Nades up from Quez. Cindier is out to the other side of the site. They're going to try and defend against that T-side line. As Oyan's backed up by his teammates, trying to find angles to work with, but they're just so blind by these smokes. Loose T, flashed off blinded, does find an angle and transfer to the second man as well. Third player on site is dealt with by Paxios, but he's still got Prum up at Heaven, doing damage to 1. A kill towards 2 more, makes it a triple alongside Larson's assistance, so a 2 versus 2. Paxios on site, deals with Larson and looks back towards the last man. A very manic round from 9 Academy, but it goes their way. 11 all to the board.
Damn. Yeah, and that's Trick back on pistols. The tempo changed from 9 Academy. Again, had this been a standard round from 9 Academy, the move Trick made would have been perfect.
Yeah.
That flank would have been so timely. It would have just done a world of difference for Trick. Instead, it's just a quick B take, and even though there's a lot of back and forth, there's like the execution happens and nobody really dies for a long period of time. It's just like an exchange of grenades. Yeah, no, that would have done a world of difference, but well done by 9.
Yeah, there got every reason to be happy with that kind of round. Already Paxios dealing with the first. A little bit thrown off by his own teammate firing with that exact same position. Thought there was a
Shooting
player in
everything
the
that
corner.
moves.
I mean, better safe than sorry, am I right?
Absolutely.
So they'll take it. 5-on-4 gained already. CT's forced to back up there. I'm going to re-aggress towards Connector, though. There is a flank involved. This would be the play that gets Trick back into the round itself, but Larson's fallen, and now Oyen sees what's going on. Catches Iceberg. The flashbang keeping him blind and all here. Tag to 32. Hugo sees where the last player of Quez is. Gets his tap to the headshot. Bomb could commit. 1v5. They're actually going to go for the hunt here. They've got loads of time. They've got loads of potential. And it will be 9 Academy gaining the lead for the first time so far in this map up.
I want to say, did they win pistol on CT side?
They did. Okay, they did win the pistol on the CT side, so this would be the second time instead.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I guess the first real.
No, scratch
really.
that. Third time, because they also got 8-7 at the half.
That's actually true. Yeah, they
I'm
made the
way
entire
off.
comeback in that sense.
I'm way off.
We'll still play well off of it. First time they lead, first lead of the map. No,
First
but
lead of the half. There you go.
yeah, first lead of the half. That's how we'll work it in to make sure we're correct.
We can never be wrong. We
Yeah,
can't.
exactly. It's so unfortunate though for Trick, like the timing of the underpass. Even though you could sell that Ocean had like a bit of a spider sense tingling, checking behind himself on occasion. I think the timing would have been solid for them, but I think Kenny throws the sight flash that's meant to obviously catch the players on like potentially playing close Optimus or playing behind default. Instead, it catches the swinging players from underpass instead. But still has obviously the same effect for 9. They get blind Ts or blind CTs to deal with. That's really all they're looking for.
Oh, what a shot.
I mean,
That's
there's-
Larson chiming back in, and that might be the opener that sets up Tricked right here. Hell of a shot to hit. He's literally exactly the same one that Oyan was doing over towards that connector position, except for an AWP rather than an AK. And again, that's a big start for Tricked.
It really is, and there's really not a whole lot to question when it comes to the reaction times of these guys. Cool little setup for the lurk smoke over towards Monster. They're thrown out by 9 Academy. But an alternate lineup. Doesn't really come too much off of it, as Tricked is basically was about to say sync their smokes together. And they're pretty synced up with their setups as well. So a very committed 9 player running up short there, expecting there to be somebody playing close range, which would have been correct about 15 seconds earlier into the round, but not to be the case as they make their move in. And a much needed round for Tricked, especially because they keep so many players alive. That is definitely an added benefit for the CT side right here. You can still see, like, even with everything they had going for them in that round, not a whole lot left in the bank once they move out of spawn. So by no means safe and sound. Solid utility damage, yeah.
Paxios down at 61 HP thanks to the Molotovs ahead of the T composition, so...
Oh.
Same thing for Oyan, he wasn't expecting that.
That felt a little bit unforced.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Either way, both players are tagged pretty low. Morphe's watching out towards that connector position. You've got Kier watching back here towards Monster. Nades coming in towards media control, hoping they can do some damage for the Trick side, but so far so little. has been gained. That bomb will pick up and move out towards the main T-side force. They've split that up a little bit. They've got some potential to go towards split towards mid and long. Eventually, they will all form up to go towards long. Tricked, trying to find angles on short, but seeing nothing at all.
That Molotov definitely didn't reach its intended destination, but I guess for anybody who's note clipping outside of the map, I keep them at bay. And that's not necessarily where you expect to find an Alpert. He's just going to pay the price. So they go one man down to have temporary information as to where two of the trick players are.
A lot of noise being made here towards that mid position, though. That might give up the game here to the 9 Academy camp. Kenny walking forwards. Flashed in, checks the pizza corner, almost adjusts away from it. The AWP catches the bomb carrier though as H.o.t drops. It still means that Trick maintain control. They have the site, but they do not have control of this. Kenny to drop 4-on-2. Paxios can grab that bomb for 15 seconds. Even Oyund has not got access to the site anymore. The AWP rotating up, catches him, and leaves it all on Paxios to clutch a 1 versus 4. Will try to secure the plant, but CT's at point blank to spray through it, get the kill, and get the lead back for the Danes.
Worked for most optimistic plant attempt. Definitely goes to 9 Academy with that one, but yeah, as you mentioned, what, 15 seconds when the bomb gets dropped around restrooms, and they don't really have much of an option than just to commit to it and hope for the best. But fantastic job from Larson, being able to kind of pick his timings and pick his spots from underpass, finding 3 kills in total. Definitely sorting out the round. Alternative smoke, not really sure if that's intended. Could assume not. Prime can sense the pistols. To get up close and personal, breaking some eco frags. Instead, it's going to be here. Have that pleasure.
Easy pickings, it feels like, just the pistols v rifles and
Yeah.
the damage being output towards 9 Academy. Not much they can do towards this Prime and Quez. Next couple of frags. Paxios left alone out towards the T-con position. This will be tricked up to 14 now. And for 9 Academy is where it gets dicey here, because as great as they've looked so far in this matchup, they have consistently been a step behind the likes of Tricked. So that concerning factor, that notion that the next rifle round, if it goes a rifle, then that could be the end of them here in the series.
Yeah.
With only 2 more to go, the economy is going to be broken for the T side. It's going to be bolstered for the CTs meanwhile. Enough to get a buyback and continue the fight if 9 can get to 13. So a lot stacked against the underdogs here.
Yeah, definitely not a comfortable position to be in if you're 9 Academy here. But you need to just keep your head straight, keep focused, not necessarily drop more smokes in T-spawn, and go from there. Obviously, we have seen 9 being able to play normal buy versus buy rounds and still come out ahead. It's all about not giving up that early entry frag. We've seen that entry frags have kind of been the determining factor for both sides, and this time it's going to go the way of the Swedes. It's Prime down.
Shot to take, spray back from Kier, hoping he can get Paxios. Tagging pretty low, smokes in, and Oyund sees what's going out there, smokes back from his position, trying to suppress over at the bathrooms. Paxios will go ahead and grab that bomb. They're not going to commit towards the A site though. With that resistance, they go back into the monster play. And once again, Tricked have over-rotated here. Almost did. Kier does go back and rejoin his teammate Quez.
Yeah, I think that's the forward positioning out of Iceberg that's giving them some reassurance that they do have control around the map. And he's actually just continuing. He's so committed to this.
Incendiary's thrown up, but here come the T side, flashing for Paxios to allow the entry. Smoke's coming a little bit too late, they can charge ahead of it. The flashbang does a little bit more. A knife even in for Iceberg. Larson and Quez, clean house, and it's 15-12. Decimation from Tricked, and that was an all-important round for 9 Academy. They couldn't afford to lose it, and now they can't afford to buy.
Yeah, that's just, again, Iceberg not necessarily getting the most frags, but having basically the cojones to move forward there alone in restrooms to get the information needed. You could see that, you mentioned it, Kier is about to make the rotation up towards the A bomb site, but because Iceberg gets through the initial smoke, the lurk smoke, and gets into restroom, that sends him back. And the further he gets, the more Trick players you see rotating over towards the B bomb site, and they're fully aware of what's about to happen. And yeah, a last-ditch effort here from 9 Academy. 4 MAC-10s and an AK.
I'll leave forward. Damage done to Kenny and Hugo already to the utility basis. The spread out defaults from 9. We Paxios to go back and grab that bomb. Where does he go from here, though? Like, just so few options right now for 9.
Honestly, B feels like the only reasonable options considering you have Mac 10s. You need to get up close and personal with your opponents. The only question is like, how are you going to give any sort of semblance of A pressure, right? With this kind of scenario, you don't have a lot of utility. You kind of need to cross your fingers that Tricked are not going to notice that nothing's happening towards A, which is yeah, wishful.
Well, charge forward anyway towards that B site. Iceberg gets one, 2 more return. And Paxios left alone in the 1 versus 3. You've got Prime looking in from heaven. 2 more CTs close around the corner. Larson gets it with the AWP, and it's 16-12. You spin to win for Tricks. They take the 2-0 on the board in this series. And look, again, it's the favourites in the tournament, the favourites in the series. But you've got to look at the scorelines there. 16-10 and 16-12. 9 Academy, they did a hell of a lot of work. And I'm excited to see what they do in the lower bracket.
Yeah, honestly, it feels kind of you feel bad for them having to go down into the lower bracket, but you do feel great about their chances to actually progress through it. I think they just got an unfortunate draw in that sense because that was way beyond expectations as we see Trick moved into that upper semi and Night Academy taking their place in the lower bracket, but they were, yeah, way more refined, way more polished than what I would have expected out of a team that we basically had no information on. The fact that you could see on both maps, honestly, again, it sounds pretty basic, but they, knowing their nade lineups, knowing their setups, etc., like basically having all the small, finer details in place, is a massive sign of the things that they're training correctly in that sense. So they're getting practice, they're doing it properly. They've obviously watched, demos and picked up things and bits and bobs that they can actually apply to their own game, and I think that's essential, and that's more or less all we wanted out of them. And then we, in addition to that, get to see actually some pretty solid individual moments as well.
Yeah, I have to ask you on that front actually. Who do you think was the MVP of this matchup? Like, because we kind of have a lot to choose from overall. Like,
Yeah.
who do you look at the most?
I mean, if you're going to side with the winning team, I got to tip my hat off to Iceberg. I think he was fantastic on for them once they were having a few moments of, I guess, wouldn't say doubt necessarily, but when they got stuck a little bit over towards A or something, Iceberg was a constant source of just activity and motion, whether it was through mid or actually finding explosive openings towards B. So I think he did a fantastic job of that, and we did see it also over on overpass as well. The fact that he's willing to just move aggressively and continuously like try to find information or gain space for his team, I think that was vital for them.
Well, obviously, Tricked up against our lower seeded team did get pushed quite the distance. Is
Yeah.
that an indictment onto them more so, or is this all positives for the 9 Academy side? Like, which way do you lean on that front?
Honestly, I don't think Trick played necessarily a poor game. Again, I think individuals did what they had to do. It was more just being overwhelmingly positively surprised by the 9 Academy players. Again, if I had to pick an MVP from their end, it might be a little bit tougher because I think everybody brings contributions that were definitely solid over the 2 courses of the match, but maybe specifically for overpass, Paxios was very impressive, and I love the fact that he actually had the guts to move forward. On CT side especially, you mentioned it multiple times, the fact that he had the underpass push that actually won them around. He had the long push that again, didn't necessarily win them around outright, but again, gives them tons of information to play off of. They were able to basically move around the map as a result of what he was doing for them. So I think, definitely one to look out for.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see what to look out for 9 Academy going into that lower bracket. Again, they do lose out that matchup, but they do end up with a hell of a name made for themselves and a hell of a first impression to start things off here in the Heroes of Tomorrow. For today, though, well, actually speaking of tomorrow, in fact, we can take a look at what tomorrow's matches will end up being. Astralis Talent versus Metisport. I'm going to try to say that right.
There
I keep getting the Z and the I mixed around. I'll get there in the end. And Young Ninjas versus 0-0 Prospects. I'm looking forward to that second game the most here, Halvor, just because of the fact that that's the match that, to me, not only is it 2 academy teams, so by extent of theory, they should be playing in the same sort of a realm. Yeah. But we've also got some interesting stuff to talk about for the Young Ninjas side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's always the eternal question of who is actually showing up for the Young Ninjas. Had a bit of a revolving door in terms of what players are showing up there. Obviously, there are a lot of talents in Sweden to pick from, but I think we both agree that we would like to see, a 5 going forward for at least a considerable amount of time from that young side, because again, what they started out with, you know, the ZTR, LNZ, Fozy, and Sapek and Munnen, for instance, like they actually made waves. I think they were around like the top 30 mark at some point
Yeah.
with that first initial lineup. So you know, there's definitely something to grow there, and you'd like to see more of that kind of consistency where they can stick to one lineup and work with that to actually have their talents develop. So looking forward to seeing that, and also one of the reasons why it becomes pretty exciting is I think it's the most balanced matchup that we have. Serious prospects have made significant stride not only within Norwegian borders, but actually having a couple of international matches where they've had promising results. So I think that's going to be definitely one to watch for tomorrow. But you know, shouldn't scoff at the first matchup either with Astralis Talent, because they have also made very big steps from where we saw them. Like if you think back to first season
Yeah.
of We Play, where they were winless and looked like a hot mess. You've made some roster changes and you've actually gotten a lineup that are actually taking maps. Again, they're doing well versus teams like Tricked, Masonic, and Ecstatic for that matter as well. So they're, you know, packing a punch right now.
Yeah, a lot of punch tomorrow. So we have all that to look forward to here
Yeah.
on the Heroes of Tomorrow. But for today, that's all we've got for you, and we're going to have to bid you adieu. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow, though, at a slightly later start time of 5 p.m. CEST. We will kick off with that Astralis matchup. But until then, we bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Italian J, my co-commentator Vendetta, all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here. I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow to continue with our Heroes of Tomorrow.